The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. It's here. No more fake news. Straight to jail. You get some handcuffs too. Guantanamo, that's right. Don't bring no propaganda lies to me. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you.
The banners wave, the air is crisp, freedom's flame, a daring wisp, clockwork gears and golden skies, the truth unmasked, no more disguise. The band strikes up, the nation hums, drums of change, the future drums. Golden age, it's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanity, step into the light. Through the cracks, the whispers seep, ancient secrets long to keep. But the tide rolls in, it won't recede. A blooming world from every seed. The birthing pains, the sparks ignite. Shadows fade into the night. Golden age, it's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanity, step into the light. It's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanity, step into the light. just begun.
The list is out there. I've seen it multiple times. And like I said, it started 2 years ago. It's up to you to go look for it. And so many of you are not ready. If it was true, which is a little weird that the whole, it's a human trafficking trial. It's not. Let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about gun laws. Let's talk about Ukraine. No. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Why aren't we talking about that? I'll tell you why. It has the potential to collapse governments, music industry, film and TV industry. Do you realize the magnitude? We're talking like, okay, here's Hollywood, here's government, including ours. And here's all of Hollywood and all the biggest musicians you grew up going, I love them. And all of a sudden just gone. Because if I find a name, which I have to say, there are certain names, and I don't know if they're true. Nobody knows they're true until they officially come out and go, yeah, it's true. It's on the internet, some guy reading the names, reading them. He read them. But here's what's interesting. Nobody that has been put out there has claimed, hey man, this stuff is all BS. Listen, not to what she's saying, but listen to how they interrupt and the words they use.
Released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election.
Doesn't matter.
On December 5th.
We've been listening there to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, continuing on what has now been a multi-day effort, not only with public statements like this, but release of documents to attempt to back up the quite extreme allegation.
In the attempt to give these extreme allegations, how do you not understand that is
dipping in your mind and telling you what to think before you even have a moment to digest the situation. That is no different than I walk in and go, this person is attempting to give these outrageous allegations, and if you can't stand this person or you can't stand the other news, you're already all in. If I'm a liberal, I'm like, yeah, it's crazy allegations. It's just insane. That is called brainwashing, and if you're falling for it, you're being brainwashed. Listen to the words they use to manipulate your thoughts.
Some sort of
Conspiracy.
By the intelligence community at the time that Russia interfered in the 2016 election.
Multiple intelligence.
Listen again to the words they use. Are you ready? This is mind control.
Russia had neither the intent nor
Right now, someone's going, you need to interrupt the program. They're not reporters. CNN is not reporters. None of these news networks are reporting. They're telling you what to think.
Come out of the storm, onto my arm. Don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all. We dream of the day men are set free, although at times it's hard to believe. With pounding drums, sail through the storm. Where we go one we go all. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go one we go all.
It would never have happened with me as your commander-in-chief, and for 4 long years it didn't happen. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never, ever before. We've got a federal investigation that won't allow.
Afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all.
Good morning. I hope you're having an awesome day. Today, I will be joined with one of YouTube's greatest conspiracy tinfoil hat wearing fools ever created. That's right. Slow Country will be making an appearance today. So, as we look forward to this day, I want to remind you to buckle up, baby! We got all kinds of stuff for you today. Slow will be with us in just a few minutes. He'll add himself when he gets back. He's on the phone with his boss. Yeah. He's retired, by the way, just so you know. He's retired. Yeah, disably retired. Yeah. But he's got a boss. And she is a badass. Yeah, I said it. I said it. She is a badass. Yeah. Okay. So we got lots of things to go through today. Slow is going to be kicking us off with a very large amount of news. I'll go ahead and start with this.
It's easy to forget how outrageous all of this is, so we thought we'd highlight the biggest revelations, starting with what the Director of National Intelligence was saying back then. Right after the election, DNI James Clapper wrote the following on December 7th of 2016. Quote, "We assess that foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the U.S. presidential outcome this year. We have no evidence of cyber manipulation of election infrastructure intended to alter results." Fast forward to 2019, and Clapper was singing a different tune after then Attorney General Bill Barr said the Trump campaign was spied upon.
I thought it was both stunning and scary. I was amazed at that and rather disappointed that the Attorney General would say such a thing. He just has a feeling that there was spying against the campaign. We're losing sight here of what started all this, and that was the Russian meddling, the Russian interference in our election process. And the Russians pose a profound threat to this country.
So that's from no evidence to profound threat. That's quite a leap. And what about President Obama? A declassified document dated December 9th, 2016, reveals the intel community was working to produce a new assessment per Obama's request and seeking participation from the CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. Around that same time, here's what President Obama was saying publicly.
When I look back in terms of how we handled it, I think we handled it the way it should have been handled. Unless the American people genuinely think that the professionals in the CIA, the FBI, our entire intelligence infrastructure are less trustworthy than the Russians.
Yeah, I think so. I think they are absolutely less trustworthy than Russia. Yeah, it kind of sucks to think that way, but there's always a but, isn't there? We've got somebody in there now, both in actually all three departments, that are going to shake these rats loose. Well, let's go ahead and finish.
Then people should pay attention to what our intelligence agencies say.
As for anyone questioning why a new assessment was ordered, they were quickly silenced. This from a late December 2016. Quote, "Due to the ODNI whistleblowers questioning his leadership about why an IC assessment was being created that contradicted multiple IC assessments, the whistleblower is immediately removed from emails regarding the drafting of Obama-ordered IC assessment." Former FBI Director James Comey had no problem sticking by the intelligence community.
There should be no fuzz on this whatsoever. The Russians interfered in our election during the 2016 cycle. They did it with purpose. They did it with sophistication. They did it with overwhelming technical efforts. And it was an active measures campaign driven from the top of that government. There is no fuzz on that. It is a high confidence judgment of the entire intelligence community. And the members of this committee have seen the intelligence. It's not a close call.
I don't even see this guy sitting in a suit. I see him wearing orange. That's all that comes to mind. I cannot see this guy without an orange suit on his body. I just can't. I can't.
That happened.
Joining me now to dig further into this is CEO of the Federalist, Sean Davis. Great to see you, Sean. So no fuzz about it.
Yeah, it turns out there was a lot of fuzz about it. And it's fascinating what we're learning 8 years later, that by itself is a scandal, that it took 8 years for us to learn this information, that there was actually a great deal of debate within the so-called intel community about the nature of the Russian threat. We now know that there was a lot of doubt about this idea that Russia was desperately trying to help Trump to win, that it was this some sort of profound technological effort. Based on what we know, based on the intel community's own words, there were no real cyber attacks to change votes or go after infrastructure. And we also know that the extent of their technological chicanery and shenanigans came down to, some Facebook ads and some Twitter memes.
Right.
And so it's just fascinating looking back in hindsight and seeing the efforts that these people, Comey and Brennan and Clapper, these corrupt people, the efforts they went to delegitimize Trump's victory, number one, that was the first goal. And then the second goal is to cripple his administration and cripple his presidency. That's the scandal here.
And I feel like that effort is still ongoing. And I want to show a clip real quick of the effort to smear Tulsi Gabbard. And when you look at these documents now, it makes you kind of wonder if maybe this isn't what they were afraid of when they tried to brand her a Russian asset. Watch this.
I'm not making any predictions, but I think they've got their eye on somebody who's currently in the Democratic primary and are grooming her to be the third party candidate. She's the favorite of the Russians. They have a bunch of sites and bots and other ways of supporting her so far.
Also a reminder that just 5 minutes ago, Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat in good standing.
Yeah, and it's fascinating when you know what Hillary did. Remember, the whole narrative was Trump was owned by the Russians. The Russians wanted him to win. He was colluding with the Russians. It turns out, in fact, the only campaign that was actually working with someone who was on the payroll of Russians was Hillary Clinton. She hired Christopher Steele to go do this dossier. Her campaign paid for that. Christopher Steele, at the exact same time, was working on behalf of a sanctioned Russian oligarch. And it's fascinating. You mentioned at the beginning the Senate Intel Committee report that came out. I think it was Fox News that reported early on in 2018 that Mark Warner, who was the co-chair of that committee, was having back-channel negotiations with a lawyer for that Russian oligarch, trying to set up secret back-channel communications with Christopher Steele himself. So there's a reason Democrats are furious at people like Tulsi Gabbard coming out and actually giving us transparency, because they know when the documents come out and when the intel community is transparent, their goose is cooked.
Right. It is kind of remarkable to think of what the Kremlin must be thinking. All they had to do is buy a couple of Facebook ads, and then they sit back and they watch the entire Democrat Party do all of their propaganda for years. Sean Davis, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, Slow, don't forget you're muted.
I got you.
All right. You got your stuff lined up?
I'm pulling it up as we speak. Sorry, it took me a little bit longer on my phone than what I expected. My wife had some really awesome news.
You're having a baby.
No, God, no. That factory is closed.
Why would you wait a minute? It's people could have had a little bit of excitement for a second, and you had to ruin it right off the bat. You just had to take that possibility completely out of people's minds. I was trying to create a delusion, all right, and I was pulling a Democrat move, and I guess I'm not a good Democrat.
But no, she got a huge promotion at work. And in the oncoming weeks, she's going to be getting bombarded with emails and stuff like that because of when she graduated college last October. So they're going to put her degree to work for her.
Very good. Very good. All right. So before you get started, we must, remind people and take a moment, because for some people it is afternoon. It's okay for them to do this. This safety meeting is sponsored to you by the tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists of YouTube. That's right. I said it. I said it. This safety meeting, this one right now. Yeah, this one. All right, brother. I'm going to leave the floor to you. I do need to run outside. So I've got a female in heat. I've been keeping her in the camper with me, and she decided yesterday that she wanted to rip all the screen off the screen door, even though the door was closed. The main door was closed.
Wow.
She had one. What's funny about this is I was just complaining minutes before I walked out the door and closed it that one particular nail on her front paw was long and she wouldn't stay still for me to cut it. Well, guess what happened when she ripped the screen off? She ripped the nail off too.
Oh boy. So
I've been putting medicine on there, so I've got her in a kennel out there. The boys, the boys are in the kennel next to her on both sides and at the door, all laying down. Now, you have males and females. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
The things that boys will do to get to girls who are in heat is outrageously crazy. But we are not capitulating. Yeah, we're not capitulating. And so I'm going to go out and throw some medicine on her paw while you go ahead and get us started with the information that you have. Make sure that you did your audio on your share screen.
I most certainly did, and I double checked before I hit share. So
okay, all right.
And I also want to tell you, Hawk, you may get a copyright, because I'm going to be playing a couple of clips from a movie. I just wanted to warn you in advance. If you don't want me to play them, just let me know. And
no, it's all right. As long you know the two things that we don't mention.
Right. Yeah.
We talked about that earlier. The two things that we don't mention, and the only reason that we don't mention them is because we've lost way too many channels because of those two words. It only takes two words. Okay. Either the C word or the V word.
Yep.
And those are the things that we're staying away from. Pretty much everything else is fair game. So we can always trim out anything that they get us on copyright for, music wise or video wise. We just have to folks, those of you on the YouTube side, make sure that you even if the video goes down, the chat is still going for us. Okay. In the StreamYard studio. So if the screen goes black, okay, please type into chat that they locked up the stream. Okay, so that we're aware, because we do not have YouTube running off on the side. We want to make sure all our videos and everything play clear, concise, without any glitches or anything else. And the only way that we can do that is by keeping all of those other platforms actually turned off, and not having browsers open with those in it. That just allows us to have nice, smooth videos, good audio, and generally no complaints unless it's YouTube complaining, of course. So, all right, so I'm turning this over to you. I will be back in about 10 minutes, and I'll let you go ahead and get started. I can hear you outside, and I'll be listening in.
All right, man. All right, so I just want to ask this question before we even start off on this tangent. Has everybody at least heard about the so-called hostile alien ship that's supposed to be heading to Earth? Has everybody at least heard about that? And I swear I'll tie it in together with everything, and you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Hey, real quick. I sent you the video from that Texas or from the Army Ranger, right?
Yes, I actually got it.
Start with that. Then they have a reference point to go beyond that.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, back out.
All right. So Hawk sent me this. A couple of days ago. If I can find it here, give me a second here. No, that ain't it. All right, let me go back. I may have to look for it in my profile because for some reason I'm not finding it. All right. Let me see here. Go back. What the hell's up with Elon Musk, man? Okay, let me go back here because I know I have it. And I think I shared it. Just let me find it here. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I'm looking for the clip he sent me. All right, here it is, right here. It was from Mr. Red Pills, Joka Ami, Edward Keith Abbott, ex-U.S. Army 500th Military Brigade. So we're going to start here, all right?
It was telling us about that he worked in, and it was called Otherworldly Communications. And I'm like, what? He's like, there's only 8 of us. No one enlisted, just officers. We're all linguists, and we just listen all day to Otherworldly Communications. Come on now. If we're talking about aliens, who can communicate with an alien? And he said that we have been doing this for a very long time, that we're already traveling in space. And I remember seeing them coming down. They were wearing like black uniforms. Only thing on their sleeve was a blue circle with a red pointer coming up the top on the left arm. We were told they were space program guys. This is 2007. A space program? What the hell is a space program? They're already in space and on the moon. And there is a dialect, and we do have linguists that understand the dialect. So then, 2 weeks later, a couple of guys I knew that worked in the Cunha Tunnel, I pulled aside and I said, listen, man, that lieutenant said there's a place called Otherworldly Communications. And they said, there is, man. We can't even go in the hallway over there. And then you find out why we're in Iraq. Because there's some artifacts that we have to get out of Iraq. We went to Iraq because we wanted to plunder some kind of artifacts they were looking for. He confirmed this. They said that there were some artifacts from, God, who knows how long ago, that were extremely important, and they were from other civilizations that came to Earth and started the whole program. And one of the officers said that this is our 4th civilization on Earth that has been this far or even further along than we are. Let's just hope we make it. What does that mean? Hope we make it? Is someone going to take us all out? And he indicated with his eyes that, yeah, we could be taken out if we do it wrong.
Okay, so that's kind of a pretty good segue as to
the Cunha Tunnel is basically everything
what I'm getting ready to talk about. And I want you to remember one thing: distraction. All right, because that's what I think is coming, and I'm going to get into that as soon as I pull up my bookmarks again and start talking about this. So I gotta go back to it. And I just want you all to remember, we are watching a movie, okay? We're watching it play out in real time. So more than likely, my personal opinion is that things have already happened and we're just watching it play out in real time like it's current news, all right? So And this is what I put, to be honest, and it was in response to a Dom Luker video, right, of a UFO orb. All right. To be honest, I find it really odd timing on the quote invasion or hostile alien ship arriving in roughly the same timeline as the Trump v. Clinton case coming up. The expert is saying between November 21st and December 5th for the alien craft. All right, now that's really important because the Trump case is due to take place on November 17th. And what do we know about the 17th? Well, it's our favorite letter of the alphabet. We know that there's a sky event that's going to be coming up. All right, but we don't know when, we don't know what. We just know sky event, right? And I said, to me, it sounds like a possible Project Bluebeam moment as a distraction to keep folks from finding out what's happening in court. And as you know, if you look at the D-class that's been happening over the last number of weeks, as far as Crossfire Hurricane and the Steele dossier, you know, and they can actually introduce that into court now. So how do you introduce evidence legally? All right. So just to kind of let you know here, let me open image in new tab. So if we look at this, notice the counselor parties in cases listed below. The following cases are scheduled for oral arguments during the week of November 17, 2025 in Montgomery, Alabama. The court will be held Monday through Thursday of this week. Counsel will receive final calendar approximately 6 to 8 weeks in advance of the sessions, assigning specific date of oral argument, if the clerk, as soon as possible. All right. So we have it right here. And here's the case, or the case is 22-13410, 24-11986. I mean, it's all of them, right? So, but the one we want to look at right here is the 22-13410. All right. And it was consolidated with 22-14099, 23-10387, 23-13177 as a revised argument date. So I just wanted to let you know about that. All right. So, and I also added to this post because it wouldn't let me go in here. So, exact date alien probe is set to arrive at Earth is as chilling warning issued. So right here we see the dates. Let me blow this up a little bit here. That way you guys can see it. Between November 21st and December 5th. All right. And I also want to make known that the physicist or astronomer, astrophysicist, whatever the hell, you know, his title is also Harvard. So I just, and we know the track record with Harvard as of late, you know, it's one of those things. So referring to the object as a mothership, he explained that his position would be an efficient way to seed habitable planets with probes. All right. It may come to save us or destroy us. We'd better be ready for both options and check whether all interstellar objects are rocks. So now let me go to the post that I added to it, which should be up here. Yes. Okay. So I would also like to add, look at the holographic projection patents that have been filed. There's even one from NASA. So here's the patents. All right. Let me pull them up. Laser beam pattern projector. Methods and systems consistent with embodiments presented provide methods for denying visual access to a first area from a target area. And some embodiments methods include denying visual access from a target area, may include generating a structured light pattern and projecting the structured light pattern onto the target area. Reflections and retro reflections from the target area can indicate the presence of sensors. All right, now that's important. That's important. So let me go back here, and if you want, I will share that link so that way you guys can have it. So I'm dropping the link in the chat now on the YouTube side. And I'm going to go to X and drop it there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop my X.
Drop it into the private chat. I'll do that. You keep going straight.
Okay. And
I'll take it to all the other platforms.
Okay. And if you look, there's even one from NASA, which I'm pulling up now. U.S. patent mints, okay? 3-dimensional hologram display system to present. Let me blow this up so that way I can read it. Holy crap. The present invention relates to a 3-dimensional hologram display system. The 3D hologram display system includes a projector device for projecting an image upon a display medium to form a 3D hologram. The 3D hologram is formed so that a viewer can view the holographic image from multiple angles up to 360 degrees. Okay, once again, it's important, right? Multiple display media are described, namely spinning diffusive screen, a circular diffuser screen, and an aerogel. The spinning diffusive screen sizes spatial light modulators to control the image that the 3D image is displayed on a rotating screen in a multiplexing manner. So that first one is really important, but I think it's interesting that NASA came out with that. And here's why. Let me go back and I'll come back to this post. I'm kind of jumping around here, but I kind of have to jump around. So let me pull it up here to explain it. Right here. From World News X. Breaking. NASA spots a mysterious interstellar object heading toward Earth, and it's not a comet, asteroid, or anything we've seen before. Once again, NASA has that came out with that patent 2 years after the other patent. All right, so I want to let you.
NASA confirms atmospheric entry.
Urgent NASA confirms the object is accelerating. It's not a comet, not an asteroid, and it's heading toward Earth. Oh, that's weird. It's accelerating.
Now realize that this is just kind of a dramatization of it, but
breaking.
Still.
Interstellar object detected.
NASA confirms atmospheric entry.
Urgent NASA alert. Object approaching Earth. NASA confirms the object is accelerating. It's not a comet, not an asteroid.
So I think it's important because if you looked at that arc really good, I'll start playing this again so that way you can see the arc.
And it's heading toward Earth.
You can see because that also kind of encapsulates the what the patent from NASA is talking about. Okay, so let's see here.
That's weird. It's accelerating. Breaking. Interstellar object detected.
Right here. All right, you see that arc? Look at that. That encapsulates what it's talking about in the NASA patent. All right, so we go back down to here where I was at. That's why I kind of had to jump around with it, because that came out days after I'd put this stuff together. So And then we look at Project Bluebeam. All right. And it's interesting because I'm going to pull this link up here, which I don't think I dropped this into the private chat for Hawk to drop to all the platforms. So I'm going to do that now.
I dropped that first link that you put into the private.
All right. Yeah, I just dropped the NASA one.
Okay. Yep. I'll get it out there.
Now,
keep going.
If we look here at Project Bluebeam, this is coming from News Nation. Okay. You know, so, and this is going to play an important role in what I'm talking about here in a minute. You'll understand. What is Project Bluebeam? Canadian journalist Sergei Monast is credited with coming up the theory of Project Bluebeam, wherein there is a plot to engender a dictatorial universal government that abolishes Abrahamic religions in favor of a new world order. So, and then it goes into mystery drones, wherever they've been spotted. Who's talking about Project Bluebeam, right? So I'll just play the video here and you guys can judge for yourself.
Welcome back, everybody. 20 minutes to the top of the hour in News Nation, digging into the Northeast drone mystery as frustration grows and grows over the lack of answers here. Information remains scarce, even as some officials now say they have seen the drones firsthand. News Nation's Rich McHugh joins us live from New York this morning with more. Rich, you've been talking to a lot of different people, a lot of different sources about these drones. Where have they been seen? What are officials saying this morning? We need the latest.
Morning, Marky. So this is just such a baffling story. We're a month into this whole intrigue, and the number of these drone sightings is increasing. Military installations are now reporting them. Airports are now reporting them, and so few answers from actual federal officials. Ohio's Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they closed their airspace due to drones. Stewart Airport in New York shut down their runway for an entire hour due to drone activity. The Department of Defense has confirmed sightings at Picatinny Arsenal and Naval Weapons Stations Earl in New Jersey, but defense officials say they have no intel that indicates these drones are malicious or for a foreign actor. But at the same time, they say they don't know where they're from. Now, I spoke with a sheriff of Ocean County, New Jersey. His team is sending up their drones to investigate. He says he got a call from an officer.
Now, real quick, what does that look like? That looks like kind of like a projector lens to me. Does it look like that to anybody else? That kind of looks like a projector lens to me, and that kind of looks like a camera function, and so does that. So, I mean, Hawk, does that look like a projector lens to you?
Yes. Well, it could be. Hang on one second. I got to put my glasses on because even full screen, it's. Yes, actually, it does. You know, if you think about the old theater style projectors that they had for the house. They were in a rectangular box. It had the
little cardboard.
multiple lights, and you cast it up on a white sheet kind of thing. That does have a very similar facing style. But the other thing is the sensors that are on there at the same time. You can see the sensors both on the sides and on the face there in the just about 2 inches above the arms. Those are all sensors, and those sensors detect what kind of material they're in. Okay, so it measures the amount of moisture that's in the air, the amount of particles that are in the air, so that when you're projecting, it basically fine tunes the projection. It's like how our eyes focus on letters and things like that, that's exactly what those sensors do.
Yeah, so I find this really interesting, and you'll understand why when I play these clips. Hawk, I don't even know if you've seen these clips or not that I put in the post, but it's one of a very interesting thing, especially when they get a close up of this drone. You know, I mean, it's just really interesting. So I'll let it play out here.
Who called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean, which ended up getting the Coast Guard involved. Take a look.
5-0. That was my reaction also. There were 50 that were coming off the ocean.
And this is a sworn officer.
A sworn officer, yes. And we contacted state police, we contacted the FBI, we contacted the Coast Guard, at which point the Coast Guard went out with their boat and they reported seeing 13 following their boat. And then the Coast Guard also advised that they went over them about 300 feet and had a wingspan of about 8 feet.
Now, when we were reporting in Red Bank, New Jersey, we received numerous tips, video tips from residents like this, who say they kept seeing flying objects like the one you see here, like right overhead Red Bank, New Jersey. We filmed a few miles away, several spots not far from Naval Weapons Station Earl, and we're quite sure we were seeing the same unusual stuff that people had been reporting. Low flying, appear to hover above residential areas. Over the past few days, I've looked at flight radar during those hours in proximity to where we were. It did not show planes overhead. There were planes nearby, miles away though. I also spoke with multiple drone and aviation experts and asked them to look at our footage in the spirit of transparency. A CEO of a drone company told me he believes they're planes, what we were seeing. But I spoke with an aviation expert, a pilot of 43 years, both military and commercial. He said the exact opposite, that he sees drones. So bottom line, Marky, we don't know. We simply don't know. And it's what makes this story so difficult to report and why we need answers from our federal government. And we're not getting them.
And if there are dozens or hundreds of them, why we can't somehow just take down one to study it, to see what's going on here? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Rich McHugh, thank you so much for those insights this morning. Thanks, do appreciate it.
1 second, their neighbor.
So, I mean, there's that one. All right. So, and I don't know, everybody probably remembers that drone story from, I think it was in November of last year.
Yeah, November, December.
But I'm going to drop the link to that in the private chat for you, Hawk, to drop everywhere. But I find it really interesting, and especially since they were using drones, and here's why. Now, here's the clips, Hawk. You may need to do some editing, but here are the clips. All right, so the first one, let's
What was that? Come on! Guys, what is that? I don't know. What are you gonna do? I left my suit in the hotel room. Why? Because I'm on vacation.
Now, for those of you that don't know what that movie is, it's right here, Spider-Man Far From Home. And let's take a look at this water monster.
Ned, everyone's gonna see my face. Just get them out of here. Just go!
You see how that was in 3D, all right? And how it was destroying stuff and all of that. Well, there's an explanation for that too, and it's going to be in one of the other clips. So let's pull it up here.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask.
All right, comms check. Can you hear me, kid?
Yeah, I can. It's just a little loud out here.
I like the new suit.
Thanks. Hey, Happy.
Yeah, kid. What is it?
We need to have a serious conversation about you and my aunt.
Now, pay attention to this, right? You're gonna be like, "What?" If you haven't seen the movie, you know you'll understand.
Hey, Guruman, I need a response. I mean, quick and decisive. It's all the elementals. They're somehow merged into something.
Into something else, something more powerful. It's drawing energy from the Earth's core.
Look at this, dude controlling it through a computer attached to his wrist.
Is that?
Be ready for anything.
Yeah.
All right, so this now note he's going into it. So you would think, now look at this. What is that? What is that? It's a drone with projectors that has weaponry on it. Isn't that amazing? And remember, they're going to show us everything before they do it. Here's a better look at the drone.
Just go get back.
All right, so let me pull it up here. Look at it. See, weaponry attached to the drone. Cameras on it. So, with all of those drones being able to create an effect like that, and we just seen the drone from that news clip that had that projector lens on it. Well, what appeared to be a projector lens. How hard would it be for them to attach a weapon system to it to create a destruction-like effect? I mean, how hard would that be? I mean, seriously. So, I mean, just food for thought, folks. I mean, food for thought. We need to be looking at everything and not just the partial thing. And that movie is Spider-Man: Far From Home. So, and that came out what, in 2021-ish, something like that. So, Hawk, what do you think about those clips?
Well, I'm not a big Spider-Man fan. Actually, you know, I got to tell you, I kind of lost my interest in superheroes when I found out that Aquaman was a pedophile.
Yeah. But as the drones go, what do you think about the drone theory?
Well, the drone theory is, yeah, you're pretty spot on there. Yeah, pretty spot. Oh, I didn't see that you dropped more links there for me to drop.
It was the clips. That's all it was. It was the clips.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, they can look the movies up themselves. Then. Okay.
But yeah, I just thought that was really.
Yeah, I kind of have a prime example, all right, because, you know, somebody just happened to say it in chat just now, like Superman. Okay, now, I don't know if anybody's seen the new Superman, but it is by far, it's AI, it's, yeah, there's there's a whole lot that's going on there. But let me share this with you. You know, it's funny because you bring in the superheroes, and listen to what this kid discovers about Superman.
Have you ever heard the Superman theory? How he's a fallen angel? How? Superman's name is Kal-El. Kal in Hebrew means light. All of the angels, Angel, right? Michael, Gabriel, Raphael. Oh, yeah. These archangels end with El in their name. What's really interesting is Kal-El means what? In Hebrew, Kal means light, angel of light. Who is referred to as the angel of light in the Bible? Lucifer. No. So how do people view Lucifer? They view him as very powerful. How does he view himself? He views himself as, this strong guy that can take over the world.
Big ego,
Right? The whole mythology of Superman is actually about him being a fallen angel. Damn. Have you ever heard the Superman theory? How he's a fallen angel?
Well, did I just ruin Superman for you? Yeah.
But yeah, I think he brings up a pretty good point,
All of them end with L. Okay. It's like when we say God. Okay. When we say God, it's a title. It's a title that we give a title. Okay. Creator or Heavenly Father. That's a different, it's an entirely different entity.
And this person right here is Strict Hydra. This is like is Ra-El. All right, now I want you to think about this for a minute. Ra-El. I want you to spell out Israel. Is Ra-El.
ISIS. It's ISIS and Ra-El. Is for Isis, Ra for the Egyptian god Ra, and El. It's kind of funny that even in countries where it seems that, like Quran and stuff like that, the gods that they worshipped were trinities. Is Ra-El is 3. Okay. Or was it a question? Is Ra-El for Elohim? Is Ra-El? You get where I'm going?
I do.
Does it make sense? If I lost anybody, have a safety meeting and you'll be right back with us. Okay. You instantly, it'll be like, when I tell you that no matter how far away you run from God, in order to find your way back, all you have to do is turn around and he's right there. Yeah. It's like that, only through inhalation instead of visual. Yeah.
So, Hawk, you remember that one clip that I showed you a little bit ago from True Seeker?
Well, you sent me a bunch, so
it's the one that I showed you when we were backstage before live.
Oh, yeah.
The lady talking. I think this is a pretty good segue to that. What do you think?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so that comment that I had put up on the screen, it's a pretty good segue here. So the clip is only 33 seconds long, or 35 seconds long, which is really interesting, and it's break the script and it's put up by True Seeker, right? So let's go ahead and play this.
The system wasn't built for you to win. You went to school to memorize facts you never use. You were trained to raise your hand, wait your turn, and follow instructions. Then they told you, get a job, work 40 hours a week, give half of it to tax, retire at 67 if you're lucky. That's not a life. That's a script. And most people don't question it because they're too tired from living it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's when you realize freedom was never going to be handed to you. Break the script or stay stuck in it.
Yep. Truth.
Yes.
Absolute truth.
Absolutely. And have you been covering the Catherine Herridge stuff? Catherine Herridge drops?
I've gotten a couple of them a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't gotten into anything new in like the last 5 years.
Okay. So for those of you that follow Catherine Herridge or don't follow Catherine Herridge, I would encourage at least a follow. You know, you don't necessarily have to pay for the subscription, but at least follow her a little bit because she's been putting out some pretty good stuff as far as the FISA reports go. And, you know, the stuff that has been declassed through Tulsi Gabbard, it really kind of explains a lot. And let's see here. I think, but yeah. So, do we want to go into the Epstein stuff, Hawk, or no?
Well, I have a bunch of stuff on Texas. I have a bunch of stuff on some clips, but I got two in particular ones that I want to. Well, actually, there's more than that. There's a lot, dude. I got a lot. I got a lot. I do. I got stuff that's backup for backup, and stuff, and it's like, oh boy. But you know, these are going to be. We should probably just go through it all and then just comment through the whole dang thing. You know, there's quite a bit here that is pretty golden. I got a couple of things on Britain too, so hopefully our British counterparts are still with us today because we'll be hitting those too. And let's see, I think this is okay.
All right.
I share a lot of things because of the fact that you know, that they're kind of important, but at the same time, you know, so many people are covering everything.
Right.
I try to, you know, with pretty fresh stuff. But why don't you go ahead and start with Hochul there? And yeah, exactly, because the ones that I have are basically going to piggyback right off of that, you know, in regards to redistricting.
Yes. So with Hochul, you know, she came out, I think it was yesterday and did his press conference? I think it was yesterday morning. In talking about redistricting and stuff like that. And that's after the whole debacle with Texas yesterday and the arrest warrants were out. Now, I do want to say this. There were a lot of podcasters talking about the arrest warrants, them getting arrested, blah, blah, blah. Those arrest warrants are only valid in Texas, all right? So if they get picked up, they're not going to get charged with anything. They're just to be brought back to the house to be presented, okay? That's it. There's nothing to it, all right? Because I actually looked into it. That's all that's to happen. But they took refuge in Illinois. I want to say it was Chicago. And it's one of those things. They're spinning up a narrative is what they're doing. All right. So just another day of tyrants being tyrants. Sit down, Hopeful. It's within state law in Texas, as long as it doesn't violate federal law or dilute minority ethnic groups as far as redistrict goes. It also appears that Louisiana started the same thing, which is why that case is before the Supreme Court. This is why being current and up to date based off of a census is important. As of August 1st, SCOTUS is asking for new briefs in Louisiana. So, let me pull this up here.
I'm tired of fighting this fight with my hand tied behind my back. With all due respect to the good government groups, politics is a political process. And to think that we're going to do this with a purity test and make sure it's completely fair to everybody involved, the reason we are able to draw the lines because we're Democrats, because the majority of people in this state selected us, elected us.
Anyone else notice what she just said? The reason we're able to draw the lines is because we're Democrats. Anybody else pick up on that? Here, let me play that again.
And make sure it's completely fair to everybody involved. The reason we are able to draw the lines because we're Democrats, because the majority of people in this state selected us, elected us to be leaders. And when we say that we cannot use that power to its fullest, then we're abdicating the responsibility that we all have. Republicans take over the legislature, they can have at it. But until then, we're in charge, and we're sick and tired of being pushed around when other states don't have the same aspirations that we always have had. And I hold those dear. But I cannot ignore that the playing field has changed dramatically. And shame on us if we ignore that fact and cling tight to the vestiges of the past. That era is over. Donald Trump eliminated that forever.
You got to unmute yourself. I can't unmute you. Only you can unmute you.
My bad. I forgot I was muted. So as far as the redistricting goes, right? The Supreme Court, when they come down, they say, yes, you can redistrict based off of the census, which is important because that's the way it's supposed to work. You know, the census takes account of the areas and gets you an accurate, well, semi-accurate representation of the population, the minority groups, and all of that. And that is how our district lines are drawn. All right. But it's up to the state to redraw the district lines based off of the census. Okay. So once they come down and confirm that in the Louisiana case, then Texas is probably going to join suit, which they've already started redistricting based off of the census. And they're really throwing a fit. And that's what Kathy Hochul was going on about. And the Louisiana case is based on the redistricting because there was a suit alleging that the black population was not being properly represented, and because of the census and all of this stuff. And I mean, it's a real big mess, right? And that's what Donald Trump is trying to fix, is how the districts go and how the elections go, right? He's trying to fix everything so that way there is no question as to who gets elected to what. All right. So the Louisiana case is going to be huge, and everybody's kind of freaking out about it. And they're really freaking out about Texas because, according to maps I've seen, Jasmine Crockett would actually be losing her seat because of how the demographics of the last voting went, and based off of and cross-reference with the census of the past. So yeah.
You know what? I I just happen to have a little statement from Miss Crockett.
This bill is going to continue to move on the Senate side because the Senate side is still in, but the House is not in. And as we know, it's got to pass both chambers before it can get to anybody's desk. So as of right now, there is nothing that they can do as it relates to the House. I am so very proud. Please, please, please look up these amazing state representatives, show them some love, encourage them, because this is really hard to make the decision that you're going to leave your family behind as you go and hide out, because we got a rogue bootleg criminal attorney general who absolutely is like wanting to be Trump 2.0 himself. And he wants to put warrants out for people, even though like he's the one that was under federal investigation for years. And he's the one that had felony indictments pending for years. And of course was avoiding prosecution for years. Yeah. Cause like, that's what makes you real MAGA, is like, you gotta be about this thug life. You gotta be like cheating on your wife. You gotta at least be going to get impeached if you ain't been impeached, because he was impeached. He just wasn't convicted again. We've kind of seen this play out before anyway, but he got the nerve to talk about who should be arrested. Give me a break. Kind of like, you know, the orange orangutan, you know, the Timu Hitler, he on the same nonsense too. Bro, you the real criminal. Like,
I'm letting you know right now, I'm done. Okay, ladies, cover your ears. Okay, cover your ears. Okay, but this cunt keeps talking about my president like this, and I will request to be present, okay, at her trial, and ask the judge for permission to give this girl a spanking that she deserves. All right, this is ridiculous that representatives get out in national media talking this shit. Okay.
I'm coming for people that's out here in these streets just trying to make this country really work by going to work, and so you grabbing them up at work. That's a whole other issue. Anyway, the point is I am currently in Arizona, and the other point is they thought that they were going to put that terrible map on the floor tomorrow in the House and get it passed, and they are not.
Okay. Where is she?
Oh, didn't she just say she was in Arizona?
Yeah. Yeah. She just said that she was in Arizona. Yeah. But it's funny because if I'm not mistaken, I have another video where she's in Illinois with Pritzker.
Is that the same video where she called our president a piece of shit? By chance?
Well, that's another video that accompanies the other video. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not going to be able to pass that map on the House floor tomorrow. So I'm really excited, really proud of these amazing Democrats. Please look them up and please make sure that you show them as much love as possible. I'm sure they will give you information about how it is that you can support them on this journey. But again, this is bigger than Texas. This is about all of us. This is about making sure that there can be real checks and balances, because some people have decided to check out of their constitutional oaths and have decided that they were going to check into the wannabe Hitler life.
Okay. Yeah. So, but there's more. But wait, there's more. Okay. Texas Democrat lawmakers were given a dedicated $40 million jet that costs $15,000 per hour or more to rent. They raised the funds and are having their trip orchestrated by out-of-state actors. Remove them from office and investigate them for bribery. All of this is done to break the quorum in Texas legislature to block a vote on redistricting. Okay? All of it. Okay? But wait, there's more. There's more. Okay? This guy here.
The great state of Texas. As a Black American, Afghanistan veteran, a retired department head of the U.S. Department of Justice, I strongly support the Republican redistricting. I do not want, nor does the great state of Texas or this magnificent nation deserve to continue. Gentlemen, will yield.
The gentleman will be accorded the same respect that everyone testifying receives. We will come to order. Everyone, regardless of your belief, political persuasion, or age, or whoever you are an American and you're entitled to be heard, and you will be heard in this committee. The audience will come to order. The gentleman is recognized to continue his testimony.
I do not want the great state of Texas or this magnificent nation deserve to continue seeing systemic gang and street violence, a plummeting educational system, communities deteriorating, men and women's sports, etc. While Democrats sit quietly and fall to condemn or acknowledge the systemic moral decay, screaming systemic racism for anything that does not fit their narrative. These acts of evil must stop. We need Republican leadership for such a time as this. Republicans have a larger story. Echoing the words of the American icon, Mr. Frederick Douglass, you will not be judged by the heights you have risen, but from the depths you have climbed. I am a Republican, a black dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and I never intend to belong to any other party but the party of freedom and progress, Frederick Douglass. We need and must have increased Republican leadership in the great state of Texas to remain great. As president of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County, I stand behind this statement. Simplify.
Thank you for your testimony.
Simplify.
Any questions for me?
Members, any questions for this witness?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yield. Hey, this is America. We hear from everyone, whether we agree with them or not. And the audience will come to order and extend.
Yep. Extend that courtesy or you will be removed. Yeah. Yeah. I said that. So this is going on here.
It's not about the Democratic Party. It's about the democratic process. We from Texas are so familiar with the phrase of our Apollo 13 mission, Houston, we have a problem. Well, I say, America, we have a problem. The largest democracy in the world, and yet a Texas governor would bend a knee to Donald Trump because he's afraid to lose an election fair and square. He would rig these maps to have politicians pick voters so that he can not have to deal with a Congress that will provide oversight, accountability, and real checks and balances. Is not about the Democratic Party. It's about the democratic process. We from Texas are so familiar with the phrase of our Apollo 13 mission, Houston, we have a problem. Well, I say, America, we have a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, America, we do have a problem. And it pretty much all stems from the from the from the same thing, it's just but let's get to the rest of these in regards to this gerrymandering is what they call it. Okay. So Publius put this out last night and I thought it was a good statement. Supreme Court is considering banning racially based congressional district maps as it violates the civil rights laws of the USA. This would cause Democrats to lose 10 to 25 House seats in 2026 midterm elections. Do you support SCOTUS overturning the civil rights, this civil rights violation? And it is. Okay. So these areas that are the biggest cities, okay, are all in these blue areas. The largest cities in each state, okay. Here you've got Eugene, Salem, you got Portland, Vancouver, you've got Olympia or Olympus, and you've got Seattle, this whole area up here. You got Spokane over on this side. You've got Detroit, you've got New York. You've got all these little blue dots, okay? And what you'll find is that the largest percentage of them, the way that they redistrict is extremely manipulative. Okay. It's basically the whole country should be like this. Shouldn't be just like solid red. It should be kind of, this kind of pinkish color, It should be a mix of everybody, right? But it's not. Okay, because the way they set up the districts and then, and add seats that are unnecessary. Okay, yes, you're representing more people because the population is growing. But the fact of the matter is, it boils down to who gets to write the laws, or maybe it's who gets to steal the money. But at the same time, what it's doing and how it violates the Civil Rights Act is because the whole country should be that pink color. Okay, you can have a blue city here and there and things like that. A city that leans more towards the blue. But the fact of the matter is the highest blue areas are where the highest amount of Black population ghetto centers are, because of all the redistricting.
And that's the thing, they can redistrict all they want. That is fine. But as long as they are following the provisions that were set forth by law, going by census and not demographic.
Yep. So, all right. So now here's Greg Abbott.
Said in your statement that you put out today to all of them in a letter to them, you said, in addition to abandoning their offices, these legislators may also have committed felonies. What is the felony? What are the penalties for this?
So very simply, it would be bribery if any lawmaker took money to perform or to refuse to perform an act in the legislature. And the reports are these legislators have been they sought money and they offered money to skip the vote, to leave the legislature, to take a legislative act. That would be bribery. And so the facts will have to come out. But I think based upon comments made by legislators themselves, they face a possibility of facing bribery charges, which is a second-degree felony in the state of Texas. There's one way to cure that. And that is, if they get back to the state of Texas and make quorum today at a hearing that we have at 3 o'clock, they can cure themselves of any quid pro quo that would subject them to potential bribery charges.
All right.
Yeah. So that was the warning. So, and it was on national TV, so they can't say that they didn't see it. They're watching. You absolutely know that they're watching. Okay. These are two videos that I really got to play for you guys, but I want to hit the ones regarding Texas. Okay. That's so this happened.
Members, the House will come to order. Strict enforcement has been requested by Representatives Raymond, Moody, Martinez, Canales, Munoz, Cortez, and Longoria. Please vote from your desks and for yourself. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? Members, a quorum is not present. The roll has been called and a quorum has not been established. Let me begin by commending the members who did show up. Those who answered the call, honored their oath, and came here ready to work for the people of Texas. Your presence speaks volumes. You understand that the issues before us, disaster recovery, fighting for the families who lost loved ones in the floods, human trafficking, and more, are not abstract policy debates. They are real-world problems demanding immediate solutions. But instead of confronting those challenges, some of our colleagues have fled the state in their duty. They've left the state, abandoned their posts, and turned their backs on the constituents they swore to represent. They've shirked their responsibilities under the direction and pressure of out-of-state politicians and activists who don't know the first thing about what's right for Texas. To be absolutely clear, leaving the state does not stop this House from doing its work. It only delays it. And every day this chamber is unable to act, the cost grows. In response to this dereliction of duty, and pursuant to the rules of the House, I am prepared to recognize a motion to place a call on the House and any other motions necessary to compel the return of absent members. Should such a motion prevail, I will immediately sign the warrants for the civil arrest of the members who have said they will not be here. As Speaker, I will do everything in my power to establish quorum and move this body forward by any and all means available to this office. To those who are absent, return now. Show the courage to face the issues you were elected to solve. Come back and fulfill your duty, because this House will not sit quietly while you obstruct the work of the people. The people of Texas are watching, and so is the nation. And if you choose to continue down this road, you should know there will be consequences.
Yeah, interesting. There will be consequences. Yeah. So, and then this guy, he puts out a statement, and this is Nate Schatzlin. I have no idea how to pronounce his name, but.
All right, Republicans showed up today. Democrats did not. We just signed on to an official call of the House, which issues fines for the Democrats that have left the state, fleeing from their responsibility, that have walked out on you, Texas. That's what they've done. And not only that, it issued arrest warrants for each of them to be brought back to the Capitol so we can do the business of the state. Look, this is not time to shrink back. We must do everything necessary to get done what the people of Texas expect us to get done. We'll keep you updated.
All right. So, Script Keeper was doing a podcast, because after we talked yesterday, Script Keeper was live. And so I tuned into him while I was going through other stuff. And he was talking about this a little bit. And I said to him, when he announced that the arrest warrants were there, I typed in the chat that, hey, brother, one thing to keep in mind is there was a precedence set for this. Okay. Back in, it was either 2020 or 2018, the Republicans of Oregon left the state. And they all got arrested. Okay. So a precedent has already been set. The bar has been set. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of think I'm getting the gist of this. Okay. Because they can't say that there's no precedence for this. Okay. And in that, there's a more consequences available, because now this is a knowingly thing. They knowingly abandoned their post. They knowingly broke their oath. Okay. And yeah, so this is going to be interesting. This is a little 15-second clip here.
Being 85 ayes in 6 days, the motion prevails. The Sergeant at Arms and any officers appointed by her are directed to send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purposes of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrants of arrest if necessary until further order of the House.
Yep. So yeah, who said that? Not what it seems. It's I'm going to tell you, the people in this chat, I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before in my chat. But we've been talking about theater. Okay. This is political theater. Okay. No different than a combat theater or a Hollywood theater or a military theater, so everything is a theater at this point. Everything that we're seeing is a theater, but everything has to happen consecutively in order for people that don't know how to connect dots can in fact connect dots. They get a clearer picture faster when it is step by step by step by step shown, more so than having it all thrown at them in one parsec. I think that was the word that they used in Battlestar Galactica, was one parsec, right? Okay, in one 10-second thing. You break it down, you give them a minute here, you give them a minute there, you give them a minute over here, and you give them a minute there, and each one connects completely and entirely. Then they get to see the vast picture. Okay. And that's what we need to do is to give people the vast picture. Okay. That's why I brought up the fact that Oregon was one of the first states to ever go through where arrest warrants and arrests were made were of Republicans here in Oregon. So that's why I said there's a precedence for this. So as that comes up, okay, after they're arrested, they're like, oh my God, you arrested and all this, right? But see, the precedence has already been set on a federal level here in Oregon. So they already have something to fall back to and say, hey, you listen, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. No one is above the law. Okay. So, and then here's the one, here's one that met with, what's her name? Hochul. Okay.
I'm a lawyer. A part of my practice is criminal defense work. There is no felony in the Texas Penal Code for what he says. So respectfully, he's making up some shit. Okay. He's trying to get sound bites. And he has no legal mechanism. And if he did, subpoenas from Texas don't work in New York. So he gonna come get us how? Subpoenas in Texas don't work in Chicago. He's gonna come get us how? So let me be clear. He's putting up smoke and mirrors. And I'm hopeful that the media doesn't follow that. I will also say this. I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. This is the thing, is this is all going to come back to bite him in the ass. Okay. And then here we go.
Saying isn't that he's not allowed to do it. My objection is the rank hypocrisy and dishonesty of what he's saying. I'm going to hold this up. Can you see this? Do you see this? I want Pritzker to, did CNN, did y'all have him on to explain Illinois 13, this pinky-sized finger that goes across the entire state that was 100% drawn for partisan political purposes? But I haven't seen anything at CNN or pretty much any of the other major networks bringing him on, or the Democrats and his legislator that drew a map with districts that are far more gerrymandered than anything that the House, that the Texas maps that we're contemplating look like here today. So it's rank hypocrisy. That's my problem. And the dishonesty and the faux outrage. They're not mad that states are redistricting for partisan purposes. They're mad that a Republican state is doing it.
Yeah. So, this is a big part of it, So let's keep on going though, because there's more to this. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to drop that on you. Where are you? Okay, so here's a deeper insight into what SCOTUS role can be in this.
The U.S. Supreme Court is about to drop a decision that could blow up the Democrats' master plan for winning the House. At stake, racially gerrymandered districts drawn under the Voter Rights Act. If the court rules to limit race-based redistricting, it could lock in Republican power for years and years to come. Here's why this case matters and what's coming next. Let's jump right into it. The Supreme Court just agreed to hear a blockbuster case out of Louisiana, and it could finally end the practice of drawing voting districts based on race. The question before the court: should the Voting Rights Act still require the creation of majority Black or Hispanic districts, or is it time to redraw the maps based on citizenship, geography, and fairness, not skin color? This case could undo the Democrats' favorited map changes that helped them claw back seats in states like Alabama and Louisiana last cycle. Right now, there are 11 majority Black and 31 majority Hispanic districts in Congress, nearly all controlled by the Democrats. This is not representation. That's
okay. Remember what I was saying about how they seem to be trying to keep ghettos. You know, in most cases, cities will section off the entire area of the ghetto, barrio, whatever you want to call it. Okay, basically the low income housing areas always end up being redistricted, and the you know, to where they get more than one representative for these, because of the fact that they're areas that need more work. It's going to take more than than that. And it's kind of, you know what I mean? It's basically how they've held on to power.
Engineering outcomes. The ruling against race-based gerrymandering could allow Republicans to reclaim lost seats in the South and possibly pick up more in Texas, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. It comes at a time when Republicans are already holding the House with a slim majority, and Democrats are desperately clinging to just 12 of Texas's 38 congressional seats. Texas Democrats are even threatening to flee the state again, like they did back in the 2000s, to stop new GOP maps. But it didn't work back then, and it won't work now. If the Supreme Court says race-based redistricting is unconstitutional, it could reshape American politics for a generation and deal the left a blow they may never recover from. Fair maps, equal rules, that is what this case is all about. Y'all like the video right here. Follow for more updates, and I'll catch you on the next one.
So, and the thing is here's more from Greg Abbott.
But another thing, and that is what Texas is doing under these new maps. 4 of the 5 new seats will be a majority Hispanic seats. One of the seats is going to restore the Barbara Jordan seat over in the Houston area. And so these are seats where Democrats are having to come to grips with the reality. And that is, they are now losing the votes of Hispanics and Black voters in the state of Texas. And these districts are going to show that Hispanics and Blacks, as well as others, are voting for Republican, and Republican is their candidate of choice. And we will ensure that will be achieved at the congressional level in the state of Texas. But another thing, and he was just expanding more on, seats that were removed because of, it's just like, it's like crazy. So here's a little bit more.
Right now, Republicans are trying
time to cheat because they can't win fairly.
Here's the thing. Anybody that wants to make a video criticizing the redistricting in Texas but has never made a video about Illinois can shut all the way the fuck up. Because Texas is making minor modifications to their map. Fucking Illinois, on the other hand, holy shit. Do you understand that in Illinois, Democrats lead the percentage vote by about 52 to 48%? Like, it's pretty fucking even. Because of this batshit crazy drawn map, they have 14 Democrats and 3 Republicans. Look at this shit. What the fuck is going on with 13? Like, are you kidding me? Look at this fucking gerrymandering. Oh, and 17 would be red if it weren't for this little fucking reach down. Then this combination of what the fuck up here, understand all that's just built that way to keep this light blue shit from turning red. Look at this crazy shit. Like, this is all intentional. Guys, Illinois should be about 50-50 red.
Okay, so see what I was talking about, the blues? Okay, look at how many representatives they get in comparison to what these big, vast areas get.
In blue. There should be about an equal number of Republicans as there are Democrats. But this is what gerrymandering looks like. This is what extreme gerrymandering looks like. So until you're willing to fucking criticize this, shut the fuck up about Texas.
There you go. Yeah, about that. You know?
Like I was saying, you know, redistricting is fine, but it also needs to follow the census and the results of the census and not be based on what you're saying, you know, minority. Now,
yep.
I mean,
and the thing is, well, see, this is the thing is the ghettos, okay, and the barrios, okay, that's where the illegals go. So when they census those areas, they're not asking if they're American citizens. They're just counting heads. You know what I'm saying?
I
do. But this guy, he made, you know, he made the most solid point, and he did it in the shortest period of time.
You guys want to know the real reason why the Democrats are making such a big deal about the redistricting of Texas? It's because Jasmine Crockett could lose her seat completely. Al Green could lose his seat completely. 2 other Democrats are going to have to compete against each other to win their seat, and only one gets to move forward. And a 5th Democrat will have to win their seat against a Republican in what will become a Republican district. So long story short, they don't want to lose 4 to 5 of their Democratic colleagues. But what they didn't tell you is that the Democrats have already done this with 8 different states, causing a total of 6 Republicans to lose their seats, while the Democrats gained 5. And that's all just over the last 10 years. But that's besides the point. How did the Democrats decide that they're not going to let Texas redistrict their map? They all fled the state. They all said, if we're not here to vote on it, then it can't happen. And that shit's illegal, so they've been ordered to come back or get arrested. But regardless of all that bullshit and drama, I don't know about you, but I could definitely live the rest of my life with a smile on my face if I never have to hear Jasmine Crockett's voice ever again.
Yeah, that's reason enough right there.
Yep, that alone. So U.S. Appeals Court has overturned an activist. That's in regards to the other thing. Okay. So where is the that's one I got to share with you guys too. It's we got a lot to do, you know. Here we go.
Well, gerrymandering is one of those things that everybody does. Like the idea that Donald Trump made this up is, I think, kind of insane. I don't think you really think that. I mean, you know,
I definitely didn't say that.
They fled to Illinois, which is one of the most, you know, gerrymandered states in the union. I happen to love this story because I love the political theater of it all. I love that they absconded.
I love what? The political theater of it.
I love that now there are arrest warrants out. I think that the American people don't care at all about this. But what's most interesting to me about this is that these new 5, you know, potential Republican-controlled districts are all majority Hispanic. The Republicans are leaning into the victories that Trump had with Hispanic voters in 2024 and saying, hey, we're going to bet on ourselves. We're going to bet that we're going to keep these voters, and we're going to try to get them into our coalition via these districts. And it's amazing to me that the Democrats, instead of fighting for those voters, are just kind of running away and ceding the point that these Republican districts full of Hispanics are now going to go for Republicans eternally.
Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Just saying.
Hey man.
Yeah.
I gotta take my daughter to pick up her paycheck. I'll be back as soon as I do that.
Okay.
But there is something I wanted to add. I put it in a private chat. This is breaking news. It just came out like minutes ago.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Breaking. The House Oversight Committee is compelling the following individuals to appear for depositions through issued subpoenas. Hillary Clinton to testify October 9th. Bill Clinton, October 14th. Merrick Garland, October 2nd. James Comey, October 7th. Bill Barr, August 18th. So that one looks like it's going to be the first one coming up. Former U.S. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, August 26th. Jeff Sessions, August 28th. Bob Mueller, September 2nd. Loretta Lynch, September 9th. And former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, September 30th. Ain't that some shit, Hawk?
Yep. And you're going to have the grand jury going on at the same time?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yep. So.
But I will be right back as soon as I get done going to take my daughter to pick up her check.
Okay.
All right.
We'll be here. We'll be here. All right. Let's get back to, here we go.
I don't say ultimately. I never say ultimately because I don't have a give up attitude whatsoever. But right now, the governor has decided that he wants to waste more of Texans' resources by deciding that he's going to send out the troopers. And listen, I don't even think that he's going to do that. I think he's just talking. Earlier today, I posted a copy of the warrant that was signed by the speaker because it's the speaker of the House that can put the call on the House, not the governor. And no one came to get me last time. In fact, it is a cute little warrant that has a cute little frame on it. And so they like to talk a big game, but the reality is that, number one, you have a lot of intelligent attorneys that actually serve in the tech.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's playing it all, nonchalantly, yeah, it's just, let's see, there's more, but wait, there's more. Let's see. There's so much today. So here we go. Greg Abbott has ordered the Texas Rangers to launch investigations into the absconded Democrats for felony bribery. This extends to those who aided and abetted their escape. Reports indicate that many absentee Texas House Democrats have solicited or received funds to evade conducting legislative business and casting votes. Under the Texas Penal Code, any of those Democrats who solicit, accept, or agree to accept such funds to assist in the violation of legislative duties or for purposes of skipping a vote may have violated bribery laws. And to remember that that the first video that I played for you there talked about, well, you guys know how to find their how to support them. You know how to support them. And it's just kind of it's a little crazy. But was that the last one? That might have been the last one for this particular topic. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the end of that topic there. So let's get back down into this. I'm going to stop at a couple that I just thought were too good to pass up today. Actually, let's just go ahead and go down because we got a bunch to go through. So actually, hold on, because we're on the topic of Crockett.
Speaking out against Jasmine Crockett makes the devil mad. And I know that might be a bit much for some of you, but there is a reason why we face so much opposition when we tell other Black women that they don't have to be like her, that they don't have to project consistent anger and jealousy and envy, that they don't have to constantly be angry at every single person for all of the things. Jasmine Crockett is perpetually full of evil intent and anger. That is why a lot of us are even confused as to how she got the way that she is. She is a girl who was taken care of by her parents from surface level. She went to some of the best schools that St. Louis had to offer. Her father is a preacher. The only reason or only way you could explain her behavior at this point is that there is something inside of her. There is something inside of her corrupting her at her core. And some people might call that a Jezebel spirit. Some people, may say she needs therapy. There's all types of ways to explain it. But the thing I want you to note is that when you speak out against something like that, something that is so deeply rooted and ingrained in a culture of women, to the point where their own men don't even want to marry them, to the point where people don't want to employ them, to the point where people don't want them to live in their neighborhoods. When you speak out against that spirit that's keeping them divided from society, there will be opposition. There will be opposition. There will be men who even look like they're supposed to be in support of those women speaking up to keep them divided. There will be women fighting to keep hold of that spirit inside of themselves. Keep speaking out. Keep speaking up. And keep doing your best to liberate more and more women from the bondage of that spirit that dwells inside of the Jasmine Crockett's, the Ayanna Presleys, and the Maxine Waters. It looks the same. It looks the same every time you see it because it is the same. And it's okay if you make it mad.
Yep. Demons. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. Now, I was saying before I had a couple of things over in the UK. And Ireland's over there. And, I seem to remember back in, I believe it was the 1970s, there was a lot going on with the IRA. Between IRA and Britain, there was IRA bombings and stuff like that. We all know nowadays we understand it as a controlled narrative of false flags, to divide the people, right? Yeah. I seem to remember a guy coming on, and he was a relatively young guy. He had a mask on, but you could tell he was young. He would have been in his 20s, young 20s. And he was wearing a winter coat and had a scarf across his face. And I just seemed to remember that when I saw this. I was reminded of that message that I saw back then, and I think it was they believed that it was Sean Finn or something like that, or Sim Finn or something. But this was interesting. when I saw it.
Good evening, people. I hope you're well, and I hope this message finds you all well. I've been asked on a few occasions what's the plan. Is it not clear that you have to fight fire with fire? Your marches and your speeches achieved fuck all. Your plea and cry to the government was laughed at and pushed aside. Your fellow country men, women and children are as good as non-existent to their own country. Need I go on? Enough is enough. Yes, you will have to do things that you didn't plan on doing, but so be it. No more tears, no more negotiations. Stand up and fight for your country. Stand up and fight for your families. Stand up and fight for all your futures. Now is the time. Be lucky, be safe, chucky Allah, Erin Gobra.
Yeah, so that reminded me of that clip that was played on the news back in the 70s. You know, just kind of it was kind of crazy. You know, that would come up. Yeah, I said it. Crazy. I said it was crazy. Well, let's get back down here and see where we're going to get started from today after now that we've gone through all the Texas stuff. And this is it.
PBS, NPR, all of these propagandist machines are out of money. Weird. I thought you guys loved them so much. But yet none of you reached into your wallets and helped them stay afloat. Right, because at the end of the day, when it involves your money, your asses are nowhere to be found. And listen, I don't really blame you because I feel like my money shouldn't go to certain things, but I also don't take to social media and cry about it. Yeah, you guys were so loud. You were so loud and proud. NPR, PBS, censorship, save them. They're so important. They were so detrimental to my childhood. Did any of you donate to help them? Did any of you create a group, send them a couple bucks, figure out how to keep their funding alive? Anybody? What about you? No, not you. You back there. What about you? No, you guys didn't do shit. You didn't do shit because at the end of the day, it wasn't important to you. So it's not important to you, okay, when you have to privately fund it, but it's important to you when the government can fund it. Weird.
And the thing is no matter how you look at it, we were funding it all along. Yeah, because they were getting money through USAID and through government subsidies. Yeah, we were paying for it all along. We were paying to be brainwashed. We were paying to be misinformed. We were paying for our own demise. The difference is we're awake. Yeah, we're awake. Just, that's us right now. Oh, no, that's Script Keeper. Yeah, get a daily dose of common sense right here. Yeah, I said it. Yep. So, as we all know, Trump's DOJ has launched a grand jury investigation into the Russian hoax. You wanted arrests? This is how you get arrests. By the book. By the book. By the book. It's got to be done by the book. It's got to be. So, Mark Mullen.
We're able to pin it on Schumer and say, no, because you have filibustered every single one of President Trump's nominees, which is Unheard of. It has never been taken place. It's never happened in the history of the United States. You have forced us to make this change. So it gives President Trump all month to make the case to the American people that Chuck Schumer took the nuclear option, and now we're going to make the rule change to make the Senate work more efficient, which is honestly the best outcome. I would make the argument because we're doing the rule change, we can fix this for the long term.
Well, hold on. But so two things. What will the rule change be? And if I'm drawing on memory of some of our other conversations, doesn't the rule change require 60 votes or 67 or some goofy number?
Yeah, so it technically it used to require 67. Chuck Schumer changed it when he was in office, and Mitch McConnell actually made a speech in 2017 and said, because you did this, you have forever changed the norms of the Senate. And so Mitch McConnell was the one that warned Schumer for making the change. He did make the change, and now it put us in this situation. So now we can do 51, and we can do now we'll have to overrule the parliamentarian, which is fine. We'll have the votes to overrule the parliamentarian. Chuck Schumer did that prior to 2017. So we'll simply have to overrule the parliamentarian by a simple vote of 51, and then we can do the rule change of 51. What the rules change would be, we have several options. One, if we got to look at the tiers, so outside the president's cabinet and outside of second tier individuals and outside of judges. So those would be still set at 30-hour debates. Everybody else below that, we have two options. Easiest option is that we take the motion from a 2-hour debate down to a 15-minute debate, and we're able to stay in executive session all day. What happens right now is after every vote, we go automatically back to legislative session, and we have to go back into executive session, which requires us to have 2 extra votes. So every nominee takes 4 votes. Each vote will take about 35 minutes to do, plus a 2-hour debate. So you got 4 hours plus on every person. If we take away the executive calendar from the legislative calendar and have to go in and out, we can stay in it all day, and we can just simply vote to end cloture, 15-minute debate, vote. The other option on that one, and so we go from 4 votes to 2 votes. The other option on that one is to assume that the nominee that comes out of the committee to the floor would be a non-debatable, and we could move them straight to the floor and for a floor vote. That is a tougher option because that takes rule change actually out into the committee too, and a lot of committee chairmen are territorial about that. But you could do it. I think the more likely option will be that we will do a similar vote, which will mean that anybody that comes out of the committee with a bipartisan vote can go straight to the floor for a vote, and anyone else would take a 15-minute debate. I mean,
yep, a 15-minute debate instead of a 2-hour long debate. Yep, limit the time. Yep. This is pretty good because this happened just, let's see, this is 20 hours ago. So the Mike Pompeo that we see on the news is not the same. Yeah. Lisa, it's good to see you back in chat. Glad you're feeling better. I saw the message that you left, Auntie. Castor oil does stink a lot, and I gotta cover that up as fast as I use that stuff. I've got to cover up that taste, and I got to cover up the smell because I don't like it, not one bit. And then let's see. All right, here's a little Promethean action for you. You know, these ladies, Barbara Boyd, and I don't remember what the other lady's name is, but these ladies, they've been, they've gone at this awakening from a whole different perspective. And the understanding of the destruction of the British Empire as it has influenced through the years. Okay, now that's not we're not saying, you know, that people who live in the UK are bad or anything like that. Well, some of you are kind of weird, especially when you own like a pink Harley or something like that. You know, you're a little off. You're a little off is what I'll say. I'm not going to call you weird. I'm going to say you're a little off, but that's okay. In order to live in this world today, you have to be a little off. You do. It's just a fact. But they understand the British Empire from its inception on through. Okay. And that's how they report, and that's how they investigate. That's how they research. And it you know, they make some very strong and consistently valid points every time I listen to them, especially when it comes to you know, our world connections, you know, from A to Z, you know, every country that's out there, and you know, and the influence that has been leading things for so long, you know, yeah, I know you did not put a halo next to your pink Harley, brother. I know you did not put an angel. Okay, we know you are so far from that, you know. And just because, see, now I gotta have a safety meeting because you threw me totally off my game. I gotta have one. I gotta have it. Totally threw me off my game. Yep. I was on a roll. Talking crap about the British Empire, and you had to go and act like you're angels. Yeah, here we go.
Donald Trump signed trillions in physical economic deals last week. They will cause a productive leap in our economy. But these kinds of physical economic deals are why the City of London and Wall Street tried to jail him or kill him outright. They saw his potential to do just this. Just listen to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick talking about the deals with Korea and Japan.
You've got over $10 trillion of factories that are going to be built in America, and that's going to empower it. And then the last piece, and this is new, and this was maybe the coolest thing I've ever worked on in my whole life. We got Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea gave us $350. That's $900 billion into a national security and economic partner, you know, fund, if you will, managed by Donald Trump, where America gets 90% of the profits. And these guys bought down their tariff by setting up this fund so Donald Trump can say, let's pay for that Alaska pipeline. Let's build nuclear, right? Let's build ships in America. And you're going to see us building ships in America, semiconductors in America, power, energy and power. You ain't seen nothing like drill, baby, drill when you give $900 billion to Donald Trump. Now that is going to be drill, baby, drill.
But if you watched the news last week, you wouldn't know this. Similarly, the stories about the declassified materials for John Durham continue to paint the Russiagate hoax as a domestic affair. We showed you last week that it wasn't. The headlines you see are just the markers in a deadly war going on now between the revived American system of economy Trump is creating and the dying New World Order accustomed to wiping out its opposition. That's been Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. The American system, they thought they ended that when John F. Kennedy was assassinated.
Okay, so let's clear this up right off the bat. Okay, the ballroom is being paid for by the same guy who doesn't take a salary for being president. Okay, he gives every penny from every paycheck to a charity, a different charity each time, okay, and possibly 2 or 3 other donors, okay. There have been other presidents in our lifetime, because Ronald Reagan did it, Jimmy Carter did it, Bill Clinton did it. Other people have added things, other presidents in our past history, okay, that have added things. Okay, Roosevelt was responsible for one of the wings, and I believe I don't remember who it was that did the other one. Who did the East Wing and who did the West Wing? It's I don't remember, but those were all paid for by the taxpayers. Okay. And Donald Trump is putting the money up for this ballroom, and you want to complain about it. Okay. The American taxpayer isn't paying for it. Okay. Donald Trump wants to leave a legacy when he leaves office, leaving his mark on the White House. No different than other presidents have done. Absolutely no different. Okay. Now, if a couple other people kick in some money towards the ball, then towards that ballroom, that's great. Okay. But he wasn't saying, hey, you American taxpayers are going to build me a fancy dancy fucking ballroom. So if you're not willing to look into it and research it, then why talk about it? Because I have. From the first time he mentioned it, I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. And I looked into it. It's a legacy piece. No different than what these other presidents have done. Okay, and I believe that there was 7. I think it was a total of 7 presidents who did things to the White House. Okay, and it's just like, yeah, you know.
I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've been following the economic battle since 1974.
Clinton did the Rose Garden. Clinton's the one who did the Rose Garden.
And the coup against Trump since 2016. They are not separate stories. In this video, I'm going to first show you the dramatic economic revolution Trump has set into motion. Then I'm going to compare that with George Soros' New World Order, the destructive regime Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden all serve. I'll end by coming back to the declassification and security state battle, what we now know and what needs to come next. But if you haven't already, now would be a good time to go to the Promethean Action website and become a paying member. So last week, Trump essentially ended the Green New Deal. It started first with the EPA, which rejected a 2009 Obama rule called the endangerment finding. That rule said that the EPA found that cars emitted greenhouse gases, the EPA could regulate them out of existence. That's the basis for all the electric vehicle mandates and all the fuel standards now in use, which have made owning a car or a truck so very, very expensive. Also last week, the Department of Energy issued an experts report thoroughly debunking the green climate religion. Here's what Energy Secretary Wright said about it. The rise of human flourishing over the past 2 centuries is a story worth celebrating. Yet we are told relentlessly that the very energy systems that enable this progress now pose an existential threat. Climate change is real and it deserves attention, but it is not the greatest threat facing humanity. Under the green religion imposed on the world beginning in 1992, the industrial economies of the United States and Europe were dismantled. Vital industries were shipped off to China. The climate change religion justified ending all advanced energy production, ending industrial economies, ending childbirth itself in order to save the planet. The intent was to impose a feudal form of society on this country with decentralized city-states, fueled by primitive solar and wind energy, all of it ruled by a new generation of oligarchs. We were a colony again, sending our farm and petroleum products to the world and importing practically everything else. Everyone's energy costs skyrocketed as a result of this, and those energy costs became the most important driver of the general inflation we all experienced in the last 4 years. Now, as manufacturing and industry return to the country, energy demand is soaring. This is what Secretary Wright posted on X on Saturday. On Monday, the continental U.S. consumed more electricity than it ever has before, more than 757,999 megawatt hours, an all-time record. Energy demand is only growing. Thankfully, we have President Trump's energy dominance agenda. And the energy agenda now is advanced energy, particular nuclear energy, for the first time since 1979. Here again is Secretary Wright.
And so as you look at the challenges ahead, nuclear and getting that online is going to be something that you're really focused on.
It is. Like the nuclear industry took off after World War II. In the first 25 years, we licensed and put under construction 130 nuclear reactors at over 80 power plants. Then we created the NRC, or really we split the Atomic Energy Commission into the NRC to regulate nuclear power and the Department of Energy to promote and advance the technology. And what's happened since then is we've licensed and built 2 new reactors in 45 years after over 100 in 25 years. So clearly something's got to change there.
So you're optimistic. I mean, you seem like an optimistic guy, but you're optimistic sitting in this seat.
Is America. We put people on the moon. Can we build nuclear reactors again? Absolutely. Is it going to be a challenge? Do a lot of things have to change to get this ball rolling again? Yes. But can we do it? Yes, we can. And yes, we will.
At the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in July, well over $50 billion in advanced energy project financing was announced from our own private sector. The gigantic trade deals with Korea, Japan, and the EU show how Trump's American system tariff policies are drawing major new revenue into the country to pay down the debt, major capital investments into the country, and onshoring new technologically advanced manufacturing capacities. Remember that I led with Commerce Secretary Lutnick telling you that South Korea and Japan are giving almost $1 trillion outright for use by President Trump to deploy as he wants to build out our electrical and manufacturing infrastructure. But that's not all that's in these deals. Korea is committed to helping us rebuild our ship manufacturing ability, wholesale, here, using their modern modular manufacturing techniques. They're starting that at the Hanwha Philly shipyard in Pennsylvania and the Huntington Ingalls shipyard in Virginia with American workers. If you look at the physical economy of manufacturing, mining, energy production, shipbuilding, AI and ship factories, and the infrastructure to sustain them, you see the lights going on all over the country. These investments now top $10 trillion between U.S. and foreign partners, and more is coming. For the generations which saw these lights systematically turned off, this is the most exciting story, but it's not being reported. Compare that with the New World Order we've been living through. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Germany and certain forces in the United States thought that an economic alliance between Germany's then powerful industrial capacities and Russia's massive resource base could launch a human renaissance of economic development throughout Eurasia. But the ruling Anglo-American elites would have none of it. They imposed instead what they called the New World Order. Now, most Americans experience this by watching their jobs outsourced overseas. The future was presented as a world government with subsidies to live on, drugs, porn, and video games as entertainments. 1991 was when the climate hoax made its first appearance. At the same time, they changed the mission of NATO's intelligence and security services. In 1993, George Soros himself wrote a piece called Toward a New World Order, The Future of NATO. It called for this new agenda. Its targets were Russia and the United States. He said that all stability after World War II came from the Cold War between the Soviet and American blocs. He said that the Soviet Union falling meant that chaos would soon reign. So NATO, he said, now had to become involved in, and I quote, the building of democratic states and open societies and embedding in them a structure which precludes certain kinds of behavior. The United States, he said, would not be called upon to act as policemen of the world. When it acts, it would act in conjunction with others. Incidentally, he noted, the combination of manpower from Eastern Europe with the technical capabilities of NATO would enhance the military potential of NATO because it would reduce the risk of body bags of NATO, which is the main constraint on the willingness of NATO nations to act. That, he said, is a viable alternative to the looming world disorder. It's not hard to see in this reference to manpower from Eastern Europe as the cannon fodder from NATO military action, the emergence of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is, after all, in Eastern Europe, and it has been targeted to be the cannon fodder for a war with Russia ever since. Russia, of course, is Soros's lifelong enemy. Russia stands in the way of conquest of Eurasia, which has been the British geopolitical goal for centuries, along with absorption of what they call the former colony, the United States. It's also not hard to see NATO's present censorship and propaganda regimes meant to peacefully prevent, as Soros says, certain kinds of behaviors. We were drawn into each of these new wars, starting with the Bosnia War against Russia in 1992. September 11, 2001 saw the dawn of a full-scale assault on the Constitution itself and the birth of the modern surveillance, censorship, and propaganda state in our country. Now, in Saturday's video, I said the most important thing in John Durham's now declassified annex about Russiagate is the role being played by the two men at George Soros's Open Society Eurasia desk and their contacts in NATO think tanks. They are in on the coup against Trump at the highest operational level. It was never a domestic U.S. operation. It was a color revolution conducted by British intelligence and NATO and their captive think tanks and American Tories. Contrast what I just laid out about the total economic transformation of the world Trump is unleashing and George Soros's plans for a world empire. That plan by Soros was completely embraced by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Joe Biden. These are two different and completely irreconcilable worlds. That's why they threw all caution to the winds to get rid of Trump and why he still remains in danger. The Justice Department and Tulsi Gabbard are now working on a criminal conspiracy prosecution covering the entirety of the 10-year coup. But the full story and its significance will be lost if the activities of the British, NATO, Ukraine, and other globalist entities in the coup is not declassified. That includes everything concerning the assassination attempts against Donald Trump. Right now, the DOJ has classified certain information about the Ukraine-based assassin, Ryan Wesley Ruth, in his Florida criminal trial. That may be necessary for purposes of the trial, but both the president and the American people are entitled to know what exactly Ruth's connections to the intelligence services are. The same renewed investigation and declassification mandate holds true for the events of September 11, 2001. We need that reckoning. Once again, the media wants to bait us into reading half-truths and sensational stories which hide the real sensational story they refuse to comprehend. On Thursday, Susan and I will again answer your questions, but we're also thinking about focusing on what exactly Trump has done in these miraculous first 6 months. He has unleashed an economic revolution, and he's taking down the deep state brick by brick. So make sure you're signed up. That way you'll be notified so you can participate. Thanks very much for listening.
Thanks for watching. Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at PrometheanAction.com.
All right. Yeah, Promethean Action. These ladies don't hold back. They don't hold back. I'm going to scroll down here for a minute because I want to find one particular thing. So I want you guys to bear with me while I do this. Yeah, give me a second here. I'm pretty sure I saved it. I hope I did anyways. But I didn't get to cover it yesterday, so it's kind of good that I'm going back in time because there's a bunch of stuff down here that's actually really good. You know, in regards to, here's another thing on the UK here.
You say migrants in hotels should be deported. Where should they be deported to if their country isn't safe or if another country won't accept them?
I'm sorry, I've had enough of this. If you come from Afghanistan, you go back to Afghanistan. End of. This idea we can't send people to certain countries, all the false claims that people make about their own personal lives. I'm sorry, we're done. We're done. We've had enough.
Well, that's interesting that that viewpoint is coming out now. Let's see. So it's let's see. Nope, that's not it. Come on. I know I got it because it's actually very prevalent in this moment. So bear with me. I'm going to find this. That was a good one too. Yeah, I got a bunch of good ones in here. Yeah. Bunch. I mean a bunch. Okay, so let's see. Okay. I think I'm getting close. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, come on. See, things pop up that end up, topics pop up, especially in chat. And I stop what I'm doing in order to respond, because it's, it just seems kind of funny that, it's we're covering one topic and somebody wants to talk about something else. And it happens pretty much every podcast, we call it, I hope he's not in chat, but we call it garroting. Yeah, that's the word that we use. We call it garroting. And I thought that this particular, that was a good one too. One is, let's see, come on. Remember the names. Yeah, that's not it. Come on. Where are you? Where are you? Dang it. I hate it when they're just like not right there because I got such a big feed here, but I didn't cover it the other day because it just wasn't prevalent in the moment when, because we weren't talking about that, let's see. Oh, come on. And it's actually a breakdown of all the presidents who have made changes to the White House from the history of, since the history of the White House, because you got to remember the first, something's going on. Where are you? Come on. This guy did it perfectly too. It was he covered them all. Where is it? Dang it. Is this it?
Big tech. No, it's a sec.
Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it. Because I've been seeing this everywhere. Everybody talking about talk about the ballroom, talk about the ballroom, talk about the ballroom. You know, and you know, it's actually, let's go back to here and let's just ask Grox. Let's go. I guess it's Super Grok now. Okay, Super Grok. What presidents have made construction changes to the White House in U.S. history? Yeah, I think that's a good question. Let's see how quick. Several U.S. presidents have overseen significant construction changes, renovations, and additions to the White House since its initial construction began in 1792. Below is a concise overview of key presidents and their contributions to altering the White House based on historical records. Thomas Jefferson, 1801-1809, Jefferson, the third president, added east and west terraces, basically balconies, referred to as colonnades, to the White House, designed by architect Benjamin Henry Latrobe. These provided functional and aesthetic improvements, including connections to adjacent buildings. He also made minor interior adjustments to suit his preferences. James Madison, 1814-1817, after the British burned the White House during the War of 1812. In 1814, Madison oversaw its rebuilding. Architect James Hoban, who designed the original structure, returned to reconstruct the mansion, restoring its court design by 1817, though interiors were still incomplete when Madison left office. 1829, Andrew Jackson, 1829 through 1837, Jackson authorized the addition of the North Portico in 1829, completing a major external feature of the White House that had been planned but delayed. This addition enhanced the building's iconic facade. Millard Fillmore, 1850-1853, installed the White House's first library, a significant interior modification, and oversaw upgrades to the heating system, replacing fireplaces with more modern furnace systems. Franklin Pierce expanded the White House by adding a new wing on the second floor of the South End, which included additional office and storage space, reflecting the growing administration's need of the presidency. Theodore Roosevelt, 1901-1909. Roosevelt initiated a major renovation in 1902, led by architect Charles McKim. The project separated the White House's residential and office functions by constructing the West Wing, which included the first Oval Office. The East Wing was also added for visitor access, and the interior was extensively refurbished to restore its historical character while modernizing plumbing, electricity, and heating. Then you got Howard Taft, William Howard Taft. Okay, 1913, Taft expanded the West Wing, and in 1910 enlarged the Oval Office, establishing it as the president's primary workspace. His changes solidified the West Wing's role as the executive hub. Woodrow Wilson, 1921. Wilson oversaw minor renovations, including the addition of a third floor to the White House in 1917 to accommodate staff and guests, reflecting the mansion's increasing role as the center of government activity. Calvin Coolidge, in 1929, authorized a major renovation in 1927, which included rebuilding the third floor damaged by fire in 1929. Okay, and he also added a sunroom, as well as reinforcing the attic to support additional weight. Harry Truman, in 1953, oversaw the most extensive reconstruction in the White House history through 1948 through 1952. Structural surveys revealed that the mansion was in danger of collapse due to weakened foundations and outdated construction. The interior was gutted, and the new steel framework was installed while preserving the exterior walls. Truman ensured the historical integrity of the rooms was maintained, and the family lived at Blair House during the renovation. John F. Kennedy, the First Lady Jacqueline Onassis Kennedy, focused on the historical restoration rather than structural changes. They established the White House Historical Association and refurbished interiors to reflect historical accuracy, but no major construction occurred. Kennedy's work included redecorating staterooms and acquiring period-appropriate furnishings. Nixon oversaw the construction of the White House press briefing room in 1969, built over the indoor swimming pool area. This modernized, who thought to put in a swimming pool? Yeah, who did that, right? This modernized press operations within the West Wing. Ronald Reagan authorized repairs of the White House interior sandstone and interior upgrades, including modernizing electrical systems and air conditioning. First Lady Nancy Reagan led decorative restorations, though these were less structural. Bill Clinton oversaw renovations to the East Wing and updates to the Blue Room and other staterooms, focusing on preservation and modernization of infrastructure like HVAC systems, and the Lincoln bedroom was refurbished. George Bush initiated upgrades to security and infrastructure post 9/11, including reinforcing the White House's perimeter and updating communication systems. Interior renovations, like those of the Situation Room in 2006, improved functionality. Barack Obama oversaw energy-efficient upgrades, including solar panels installed in 2014, and modernized the White House's IT systems. Minor renovations to the West Wing, including the press briefing room, also occurred. This list highlights presidents who have made notable structural and functional changes to the White House, drawn from historical accounts of its evolution. Minor renovations, redecorations, or routine maintenance by other presidents are not included unless they had significant impact. For further details, the White House Historical Association and the WhiteHouseHistory.org provides comprehensive records. If you'd like me to dive deeper into specific presidents' contributions and verify details via web or X posts, let me know. So what I will tell you is that Melania Trump had ramps put in for the handicap to be able to go down into the Rose Garden. And that was in, I believe it was 2017 or 2018. And she paid for that out of her pocket, while her husband was giving away his paycheck every single time he got one to either veterans or children or other charities of note that actually did stuff with it. Now he has, and then let's ask this question. What is referred to as Trump's ballroom on White House grounds? Who did he state would pay for the construction? The project referred to as Trump's Ballroom is a White House state ballroom and planned 90,000 square feet addition to the White House complex. Announced on July 31st of 2025. It will replace the existing East Wing, which currently houses office for the First Lady and other staff, and is designed to accommodate 650 people for state dinners and large events, eliminating the need for temporary tents on the South Lawn. The ballroom's lavish design includes gold and crystal chandeliers, gilded Corinthian columns, and checkered marble floor, mirroring the aesthetic of Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. Construction is set to begin in September of 2025 and is expected to be completed before the end of Trump's term in January 2029. President Trump stated that the $200 million construction cost would be funded by himself and other private donors described as patriot donors. The White House, through press secretary Caroline Leavitt, confirmed that no taxpayer dollars would be used for the project. However, specific details about the donors or the funding process have not been disclosed, raising questions about the potential conflicts of interest among some critics. So, does that put that to rest? You could have typed that into Grok yourself and asked. You could have typed it into any AI and got the response. But like I said, if it was a taxpayer purchase, I would be up in arms of us spending $200 million on building a ballroom for fancy dancy people. A place that I would never be able to go. A dance floor that I would never be able to cut a rug on. Fancy dancy tables and everything else that I would never be able to sit at. Number one, because I say fuck a lot. Well, normally I don't say fuck a lot. I usually say fuck a lot of times. Okay. And they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. It doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican. Okay. They couldn't handle it. So, yeah. So it's, and I'm not trying to be an asshole with this. Okay. I'm just trying to state facts. Okay. And we don't need bullshit thrown in the mix. Okay. Your personal fucking opinions don't fucking matter when there are facts. Same thing with me. Okay. My personal opinion don't mean shit when there are facts on the table. That goes for everybody. When there are facts in front of you, that's when you speak. You know, it's we need to grow up is what we need to do and get rid of the excess bullcocky that's just so prevalent in our everyday lives that doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be. Okay? It just doesn't. And now I'm off my game. Because, dang it. I had stuff all set and ready to go. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and start from here. This is now I'm not going to say that this is truth, but it is something to think about. Okay, it's a because it's I tell everybody, listen, I'm gonna play you a bunch of things. Okay, what I'm doing is basically I'm sharing with you the people that I follow and the content that they put out on a regular basis. I am not necessarily what you would call a content creator. I'm a guy who talks shit real good, okay, but I generally do it backed up with facts. So I'm like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Well, welcome back, young man.
Well, thank you.
Welcome back.
So
Yeah.
we got all the way there. They did not have her check ready yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're going to call you in 10 minutes to tell you it's ready.
Oh no, the neighbor is bringing it home for her because they worked at the same clinic.
Right on. All right. So the dark truth about getting your pecker or getting your pecker wrecked. Yeah, at birth. Yep. Yeah. That, it's yeah. Oh, here we go.
They call it tradition, but it's actually one of the oldest trauma rituals on earth. They told you that circumcision was clean, but actually the real reason was for control over your sexual energy. Ancient texts were rewritten by false gods, and your body literally has been paying the price ever since. Circumcision wasn't given by God. It was introduced by the fallen Jehovah Anunnaki over 12,000 years ago as part of a distorted blood covenant to hijack humanity's DNA and sexual creative energy. It was never about health. It was a template DNA tampering ritual, a way to fracture the masculine shield at birth and tie the soul to a false covenant. And then they seeded this into the Abrahamic texts, turning trauma into tradition. The foreskin is not dirty or extra. It's a living part of your eternal flame body grid, a plasmic lens that regulates your sacred fire and Kundalini current. When it's cut, a portal opens. Pain, shock, and disassociation fracture the infant's core seal. And this is what the CDT plates call bioplasmic vampirism. It weakens the auric shield, it delays DNA activation, and it feeds the phantom matrix and fallen collectives. But here's the truth. You can reverse the seal. Your flame is eternal. Reclaim your DNA and declare your sovereignty from all false covenants made in your name, knowingly and especially unknowingly. So if this resonates with you, feel free to speak these words of reclamation with me. I now reclaim the seal of my eternal flame. By the sacred law of one, I dissolve all blood contracts not made in love. I restore my shield. I ignite my core. I am the eternal flame that cannot be cut. And for those who resonate, I've created a rapid 12-strand DNA activation program, which literally will repave in the morphogenetic fields of the 12-stranded DNA and re-encrypt to the eternal life 12-strand DNA template. And it's catalyzing souls onto their highest spiritual timeline and destiny. If this resonates with you, comment tribe, and we will send you a link to join. The truth is rising, and it is time we return to the eternal covenant. Let's go.
So, this is a doctor. Okay, this is a medical doctor. You know, just saying. You know, just saying. I listen to everything. I know that we have a creator. And I believe 100% in his son. But I also believe that there is more to this theater that we have lived in all our lives than what we know. Much more. And we just have to, yeah. Just saying. So before you go and get your wiener whacked or anybody else's wiener whacked, be mindful. Be mindful.
Law and Order is making a comeback, but the media won't like who.
Did you get a chance to look that up there?
What's that?
So, oh, you didn't see the comment? I looked this up.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Hang on, I'm going to put the comment back up on the screen. Hang on, right here.
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't.
I thought that's what you were doing when it looked like you were
Oh,
typing. I was like, okay, he's typing and he's looking it up.
I was typing, but it was on my phone. I got a thing for True Social to where I could stream there too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
hold
Oh,
on.
really?
Yeah. Let me. It's a beta thing that they're putting out. PlayerTrueSocial.tv. So let me go ahead and look this up real quick for you.
But I dropped too many fucks to be on there.
Okay, there we go.
Well, if he's correct, Benjamin, if you were never circumcised, as long as nobody's ever damaged your wanker, you should be able to. I don't know. You should have like a clear connection to God. You know, I would think if that's what he's claiming.
It's taken from the Talmud.
Yeah.
No, what
Circumcision?
Yeah, it's taken from the Talmud. Let's see here. Metztiza Bipa is a traditional Jewish practice during circumcision where the mohel uses oral suction to draw blood from the circumcision wound. This practice has become controversial due to the risk of transmitting herpes simplex to infants, leading to serious health complications. So let's see here. That's not. There we go. Let me pull this up here. One of the most controversial aspects, as we shall see here, I'll just pull it up here, share it. Okay. As we shall see, the Talmud in oh, come on, where you at? And for some reason it's not wanting to let me go over. Let me go back.
Well, shrink or zoom out a little bit. There we go.
As we shall see, the Talmud, Shabbat 133a, mentions the what he's talking about. Oral suction is one of the 3 stages of the ritual circumcision. Following the Mila and Peria, and Mohel places his mouth directly on the wound to draw out the blood from the cut. What the hell?
Yeah, kind of freaky stuff. That's but that's that's Catholic priests do that. After they circumcise, they go down and they act like they're spitting on it to like clean it or something like that, and that's not the case. It's not the case. They're following a practice of something, Talmudism or whatever it is, and yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I've heard that the Talmud is is similar to the dark side of Judaism.
Well,
It's that's what I've heard.
Well, you gotta realize that Judaism came after and not before, but after the Exodus. Okay, Judaism was created by by the Israelites that after Exodus. That's when the laws came down. That's when the governors the judges, I guess you call them, were appointed was during the 40 years, because and the priests, Joshua and his sons were anointed. Remember when Trump was assassinated, or what had the assassination attempt? His right ear, his right thumb, and his right toe. Okay, let me get my shoe, he said. An anointing. So there are so many things that just kind of go together with this. But
Yeah.
I need to step away for a couple of minutes. You want to take over and show a couple of things while I step away?
I do. And John, thank you. I had him backwards. It's not the Talmud. It's the Jewish Kabbalah is what I was thinking about. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me on that.
The Sanhedrin.
What's that?
Sanhedrin was what took Jesus out.
Yeah. Okay, so Alpha Warrior put this out. Texas Hold'em. Democrats hiding in the quote Q Center. You cannot make this stuff up. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that this is the location it chose to hide in. The Q Center. Texas Hold'em, Illinois. Good Tuesday morning, Illinois. Election season begins today with the start of petition gathering. Texas two-step. The Lone Star Democrats are holed up in the Q Center, a high-security hotel and convention complex in St. Charles, operating under a strategy of both defiance and visibility. Ooh. Yeah, and there's a picture of the Q Center. Wow. That's wow. Okay, then. I'm going to share this in the chat here so there we go. All right. So, and there's some more stuff that come out. Let's see. All right. So, Michelle Maxwell put this out. Breaking: DNI Tulsi Gabbard has revoked the security clearance of Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, and that's just the beginning. Well, we've known that several of those security clearances were pulled before. And then she's also pulled security clearances from John Brennan, James Clapper, Susan Rice, Jake Sullivan, Victoria Newland, Eric Swallowswell, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Fiona Hill. Tulsi Gabbard is doing what no one else would dare to do, finally shutting down the door on a corrupt old guard who treated American intelligence like a private political weapon. These people used and abused their access. They leaked, they lied, they profited, and they used our national security institutions as tools of revenge and manipulation, not defense. Now, I think we need to add a name to there, because I think Adam Schiff needs his security clearance revoked also. Revoking their clearances isn't just symbolic, it's the start of a full reckoning. You don't get to push lies about foreign collusion, spy on American citizens, help suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story, and then walk away with a lifetime security access. That's not how this republic works, at least not anymore, thanks to Tulsi. Let's be blunt. These security clearances were never about safety, they were about status. They used their former official labels to dominate cable news, build book deals, enrich themselves, and maintain backdoor access to power. Well, those doors just got slammed shut. Tulsi Gabbard is cleaning out the intelligence community like it's never been cleaned before. And that's why she's in danger. So, and it goes into all that. So I'm going to drop this in the chat here. Let's see. From Hustle Bitch, Chilling audio, American Airlines captain dies mid-flight. Radio transmissions revealed that the moment the crew called for emergency help after the pilot collapsed and died in the cockpit. What's happening in our skies?
3556, you're returning, is that correct? Affirmative, as quick as possible. Captain is out. Envoy 3556, can I contact approach on 133.62? 3362, Envoy 3556. Okay, and did you have any information I need to pass along to the tower in terms of paramedics gate number yet? No gate number, and he's knocked out. We're going to need paramedics working on everything right now. Okay, thank you. Port side, runway 3556. Runway 3556, roger. Clear visual approach, runway 28 center, speed your discretion.
3556, O'Hare Tower, runway 28 center, clear to land, and just advise if you need any assistance.
Clear land, 28 center, and we'll exit. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to have to move the captain from the seat, get to the gate.
Roger.
Wow, yeah, that's kind of disconcerting. All right, but let me go back in here to my bookmarks. And, you know, there's been some misinformation going on as far as the $600 rebate that has been thrown around. I've seen everything from, oh, it's a sure thing to, no, they voted it down. So I got tired of seeing all the shit that was coming out about it. So I wanted to look it up for myself to find out. And I put, there has been some misinformation floating around about the tariff rebate. So I took it upon myself to ask Duck AI what was going on with it. Below is a screen recording I took a while back while asking. So let me do it this way. So I muted it, set away. We wouldn't get a copyright for that one. But if you must know, the song is The Machine, Welcome to the Machine. Several Republican senators have expressed opposition to the proposed $600 tariff rebate. Here are the key figures who have voiced their concerns. So we have Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin, Roger Marshall, James Lankford, Bernie Moreno, Rick Scott, these senators highlight a common theme among Republicans, a preference for using tariff revenue to address the national debt rather than distributing it as rebates to citizens. So then I ask, are there any Democrats that oppose it? Currently, there are no prominent Democratic senators who have publicly opposed the $600 tariff rebate proposal. However, some Democrats and economic experts have raised some concerns about the potential implications of such a rebate. Here are some key points. Economic viability, criticism of tariff policy. There is a broader critique among Democrats regarding the effectiveness of current tariff policies, which they believe have not yielded the promised benefits for American consumers. I'd say they've been working out pretty good because they've been bringing in revenue that we haven't received in a long time from trade. Okay, so I mean, we were getting our asses handed to us in trade, and now we're not. They argue that the cost of tariffs are often passed on to consumers, negating any potential benefits from the rebates. Now, I would argue that that is all part of the grand scheme of things, because it's going to force companies to start building their stuff in the States. And as far as food goes, because we import a lot of beef and lamb and stuff like that from foreign countries, like South America is a whole continent, you know, not just a country. in South America, but also New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand, primarily the lamb and stuff like that, and Australia, beef. And it's going to force them to start using our own stuff instead of us having to bring it in. That's what I would argue.
I just let one of the dogs in.
Focus on structural issues. Many Democrats prefer to focus on structural economic reforms rather than temporary financial relief measures. They argue that addressing the trade deficit and economic inequality requires more comprehensive solutions. And the tariffs themselves, like I said, I think that's what they were designed to do, to act not only as a temporary fix with the rebates, but also it would make everything come back to the states that was taken out elsewhere for cheaper labor. And that would also make jobs come back to the states, which is already happening. And that would also make, since everything is coming back here, it would make them, or it would give more incentive for people to spend their money here in the States and not spend it elsewhere through Chinese companies like Temu, Wish, and stuff like that. So, yeah, while specific Democratic senators have not taken a clear stance against the rebate, the general sentiment, along with the party members, lean towards skepticism regarding its effectiveness and economic implications, which I already said. So then I put, which Democrats have raised the questions about it? With no specific Democratic senators having an outright opposed the tariff rebate proposal, several have raised concerns, and the ones that have been raising the concerns, Elizabeth Warren, Sherrod Brown, Mark Warner, and let's see if there's any others, and tax experts and economists. They argue that it serves as a voter bribe. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So I mean, there's a lot, but it still hasn't been voted on as far as everything goes. But we know that Josh Hawley is championing this thing, right? And it's getting support from Donald Trump. And it was also co-written by Bernie Sanders, I think. So.
Sorry, I had to mute there for a minute because the dogs were starting their choir practice.
Oh, no, you're fine, man. But I just think it's interesting, like I said, I've seen everything from, oh, it's a sure thing, to they voted no on it, to oh, it's still in the working stages. So I wanted to kind of clear the air about it.
Yeah, and I agree. And Miss Mendercy is 100% correct. $600 is a slap in our faces after what we've gone through for the last 8-9 years now.
I'm not going to disagree with that statement whatsoever, because it is a slap in the face.
Yeah, just 100%. So go ahead, keep going. I'm here, but not here. I all of a sudden got hungry, so I got some. I'm trying to cook some eggs.
Oh, no biggie. I got this. I'm going to go over some of the Epstein stuff real quick. So a few weeks ago, when they first said that they're not going to do anything about the Epstein list wasn't real, and blah, 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 instead of thinking about everything with a rational standpoint, I just kind of went on a tirade on X because, we already know the list exists. And then I talked to Cage, and he said, I think it's more of to get people to look for stuff that they've never looked for before, and for the people to start releasing it before everything else. So I see that as a possibility, right? So let me start with this here. So part 1 below is a link to an investigative summary from the FDLE Public Corruption Unit, so Florida Department of Law Enforcement, because of the irregularity in the plea agreement that was reached after a long and thorough investigation. So you pull this up, right? Pull it up here. The case agent was Troy Cope, and the incident date was from March 14th, 05 to June 30th, 08. So, and if we look at it here, on August 6, 2019, Ron DeSantis signed Executive Order 19-183 at the request of the Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw. The executive order mandated for Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FDLE, to assume the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department criminal investigation concerning Jeffrey Epstein. Additionally, Governor DeSantis requested the FDLE initiate a preliminary inquiry beyond the release of Jeffrey Epstein and into other irregularities surrounding the prior state investigation and ultimate plea agreement. The FDLE's Office of Executive Investigations Public Corruption Unit was assigned to conduct the preliminary inquiry. And then it goes into the summary here as far as, you know, everything. Oh, come on. Let me go back. Hot dog it. So, oh, come on. It's one of those things I gotta skip at. There we go. So if we look at everything here, you know, now what I find interesting is that when they went through and was doing the investigation, the original detective ended up passing away in 2016. I think. Let me look here. If I read that right. Joe Riccieri was identified as the lead investigator for the Palm Beach Police Department. However, it was determined that Detective Riccieri was deceased since May of 2018. Okay, so it wasn't 2016, it was 2018. The preliminary inquiry makes reference to Detective Riccieri's testimony obtained from depositions provided by him on March 19, 2010, April 27th, and June 21st, 2016, pertaining to the Palm Beach Police Department investigation. So there was a whole lot of stuff that was going on here. And I'm going to drop this link in the chat for everybody to go over at your leisure. Because, I mean, there's really a lot there. I'm going to drop it in a private chat for Hawk to drop everywhere else. And we'll go back to it here. So part 2, the plea agreement was for felony solicitation of prostitution and procuring a person under 18 for prostitution, according to the statement in the summary linked above. If he was charged correctly, it would have made him ineligible for work release, found on page 17 of the report. So let's go back to page 17 of the report. So let's go to it here. This stupid ad. So let's find it. Right here, it appears that since day one, Goldberger, which was Epstein's defense counsel, and Krischer have been scheming to get Epstein out on work release. For example, the indictment incorrectly charges Epstein for an offense that would have made him ineligible for work release had it been charged correctly. Remember, Krischer also went along with letting us believe that Epstein was pleading to a registrable offense when Epstein's folks and Krischer believed that the offense was not registrable. Krischer and Goldberger also told us that Epstein would be housed at the Palm Beach County Jail and not the Stockade, that he would not have been eligible for work release if at the jail. So, but correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this kind of the same thing that we've seen with the Diddy? They charged him with felony solicitation of prostitution and I think prostitution across state lines or something like that. It's along the same line there.
Yes. Now, the thing, okay, so a lot of people say, you know, why are you diehard about Epstein being accounted for and all of those associated? Well, you know, I'm going to give you a good example of that right now, okay? And I'm going to bring you drop 4682, Weinstein, Epstein, Maxwell. Attempts to normalize will fail. Who will be next, right? Republican benefactor of conservative Christian groups Richard A. Dawson Sr. was charged with rape for allegedly paying a 15-year-old girl for sex. Dawson, 62, who is married with grown children and several grandchildren, has allegedly told police over the past decade he paid more than $1 million to have sex with a large number of young women. Democratic donor and billionaire Jeffrey Epstein ran an underage child sex brothel and was convicted of soliciting underage girls for prostitution. Anthony Weiner pled guilty to transferring obscene material to a minor as part of a plea agreement for sexting and sending Twitter DMs to underage girls as young as 15. Democrat donor activist Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein is being criminally prosecuted and civilly sued for years of sexual abuse that was well known secret in Hollywood, including underage sexual activities with aspiring female actresses. Democrat activist and Me Too proponent Asia Argento settled a lawsuit for sexual harassment stemming from sexual activities with an underage actor. Democrat mayor of Racine, Wisconsin, Gary Becker, was convicted of attempted child seduction, child pornography, and other child sex crimes. Give me 1 second. Let me let him back out. You want to go back out? Yeah. Go back out. Here you go. Here you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Here you go. Good boy. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Then we have Democratic Seattle Mayor Ed Murray resigned after multiple accusations of child sex abuse were levied against him, including by family members. Democratic activist and aide to New York City Mayor de Blasio, Jacob Schwartz, was arrested on possession of 3,000 plus child pornographic images. Democratic activist and actor Russell Simmons was sued based on allegations of sexual assault when he coerced an underage model for sex. Democratic governor of Oregon, Neil Goldschmidt, after being caught by a newspaper, publicly admitted to having a past sexual relationship with a 13-year-old girl after the statute of limitations on the rape charges had expired. Democratic Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds resigned from Congress after he was convicted of statutory rape of a 16-year-old campaign volunteer. Democrat New York Congressman Richard, well, I can go on and on and on and on and on. Okay, so it's, you know, there's so much here. Okay.
Oh, and for more of those names,
and the most important thing that was given to us was what I'm about to click on right now, and that is 4577, or 4577. And there is your list. There is your list. From Adam Perry Long all the way over to Woody Allen, all in alphabetical order, including Barack Obama, Anderson Cooper, Alec Baldwin, Alan Dershowitz, Ben Affleck, Bill Murray, Bill Hammond, Bill Clinton, Beyonce, Ben Affleck. Yeah. Casey Wasserman, Charlie Sheen, Chelsea Handler, Chris Tucker, Chris Wagner, Chrissy Teigen, Cindy Lopez, Courtney Love. I could go on and on and on.
And no, you notice the name that's not on there? The everybody's saying is on there? Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. Where is it? The list was given to us. It was given to us. Robert Downey Jr. There's your Iron Man. You see where I'm going here? Okay. We know about Aquaman. Now we know about Iron Man. And now we got a dang good idea of the perception of Superman. I loved comic books my whole life. Loved them. And now, nope, not so much. Just saying. And that's post 4577. The list is right there. The list is right there.
And if people want to see the names that you were going through, not the list, but the other ones, those are post 4630 through post 4633.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I didn't. So this thing locks up on me every once in a while. Dang nabbit. Yeah. So, yeah. And there's how many? Let's see how many posts altogether. I could say that there's a lot. Okay. These go all the way back.
Oh man.
Okay. Yeah. These go all the way back in the drops. Okay. All the way back in the drops.
Oh man. And it even mentions Eminem in the blocks with Rachel Chandler.
Yep. 69 posts. 69 posts. Starting with 133. Hard to swallow. Important to progress. Who are the puppet masters? House of Sod. 6 plus. Okay. We know that plus is Rothschilds and plus is Soros. Plus is Saudis. Okay. 4 trillion, 2 trillion, 1 trillion. Focus on above. Public wealth disclosures, false. Many governments, actually, let's just jump down to it. Okay. Follow the bloodlines. Okay. The triangle has 3 sides. Follow the bloodlines. What is the keystone? Does Satan exist? Does the thought of Satan exist? Who worships Satan? What is a cult? Epstein Island. What is a temple? What occurs in a temple? Worship? Why is the temple on the top of a mountain? How many levels might exist below? Okay. Why is Epstein spending $29 million to bury tunnels underneath the temple on Epstein Island? Problem? Phones were allowed in. These people are stupid. Yep. All right. That's $9.99. That's all the way back in 2018. April of 2018. November of 2017. Okay. Why is Epstein spending $29 million to get buried? Yeah. Problems. Yeah. Hillary's phone. Yeah. So once they have access, that's it. Who's Jennifer Epstein? Yeah, that's a question. Epstein's plane. Who is she? Follow friends. Friends lead to others. Open source. Yeah. Why is E so vocal against POTUS? Eminem. All right. Biggest connection missing. Focus on friends. Yeah. Ray, Rachel Chandler. Ray. Got it? Okay. Then you got Saudi Arabia, access closed. Epstein Island, access closed. Haiti, access closed. North Korea, access closed. China, access closed. Russia, access closed. Cuba, access closed. Sudan, access pending. It's going to be based on their government. Saudi Arabia, U.S. push. Syria, access pending. What did Trump just do for Syria? Just remove the sanctions from them. Yemen. They just got put on the terrorist list. Access pending. They shut down all passports in from Yemen. Saudi Arabia, U.S. push. Libya, access pending. Main port closed. Limited. Somalia, access pending.
Oh, and there was just something put out about Somalia too.
Mhm.
A little bit ago. Starlink is now available in Somalia.
Yeah, isn't that funny how now they can scam us from all the way over there? They don't have to. They don't have to come here to the United States to scam us anymore. They can do it. They can do it right from home now. Because if you think about it, that's primarily what most of them end up doing is getting into a career of easy money, scamming. You know?
Yep.
Scamming. Yep. You know, so, all right. So, and then we go on to post 3050. Okay. This is not just about sex trafficking. One, in kill brackets. Will the rich and the powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? Well, what was just recently sealed? That Florida judge who said, no, you cannot release. It's Maxwell's records is sealed now. They're sealed now.
Mm-hmm.
Her records are sealed. Okay. The Tale of Two. Number one, sex resort, non-temple resort only. Trafficked and drugged underage girls. Number two, occult worship of evil, temple. Occult worship of evil, temple. Classifications 1 through 99, Haiti. Pray for the victims. Because that's off the coast of Haiti. Where were those kids being taken to, right?
And from.
Okay. Yeah. So then will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? These guys, the rich and powerful. That's Mike Podesta right there. That's Bill Clinton right there. And what you don't see is John Roberts just off here to the side. Yeah, that's Supreme Court Justice John Roberts. Yeah, yeah. You know, follow the attorney who took the picture, who was located behind a camera. Sex trafficking is real. Yeah. Started digging on the pic you posted, trying to figure out who took that picture, doing a search of it on TinEye. The first article that pops up is from True Pundit last March. One thing that popped out, going to dig further in a bit, was the location the picture was taken. Clinton is seen here kicking back at a beach day in 2017 in Palmilla, Bahia, an exclusive haven of warm waters and refuge near the so-called Paso de Catalano, very close to Isla Sona. This resort is only accessible by private boat. No idea who took the pit yet, still digging, but thought I'd share the location in case it helps one of you. Anybody know anything about this resort, or is it a last resort? And then there's this. Let's see if it's still there.
Oh, hell no.
No.
I'd take that link and plug it into the Wayback Machine.
Oh, good idea. I didn't think of that. Let's go copy. And let's see. It's archive, right? Archive.gov
Yep.
or .org. This one, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's paste.
And I'd go back to the one from 2016 or 2017.
When was that post? Let's see.
That was March
29. So that was 2019. So we want to see 2017.
Hold on. That picture was taken in 2017 is what it said.
Yeah.
I think.
Let's see. Let's look here.
Ooh. And it
Nope,
came
don't know that
from
one.
a account.
Yeah, don't know that one. Let's go back. Whoop, nope. We want this one here. It's the one we want. Let's see. Same picture.
Who is that lady?
I don't know.
You can go to the top there where you see all the squigglies, and you can go and just do it that way.
Well, it doesn't tell us which way to look here. So, same lady.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, can you blow that picture up? And you'll understand what I'm going to do here in a minute, because I'm going to do a image search.
Yeah, give me a second. Let's see. I need to go back to 2017.
All right.
Okay, you want me to make it bigger, huh?
Yeah.
I don't want to make it too big because I want you to be able to get it. What are you doing?
Oh, it won't let me search it.
I forgot I was cooking breakfast. Epstein took me away from my breakfast. Two crimes. First, what you did to them girls and what you did to my breakfast.
Oh, I got to do it again. Image no longer available, so let me. Oh man, Google locked me out of it for a Google image search.
Really?
Yeah, I'm being dead serious.
Wonder why I would do that.
I mean, it locked me out of it as soon as I put it in AI mode. It says it's Morgan Fairchild, but that's not Morgan Fairchild.
No, it's not.
Can we go back to that Epstein list?
Okay, if we have to. Nope. Yeah.
There's a reason for it.
So this Politico story, I wonder if that's still up. This page is moved to a different location because you lied. You got caught. Yeah. So how many girls were waiting for their return to the boat? Who owned the boat? What does a handler procure? Is the handler one of many connected to Epstein? Flight logs reveal many hidden artifacts. RC. Q. Who was RC? Rachel Chandler. RC. What high-profile elite people fund and provide Rachel with her photography studio? What is the studio used for? What is the studio really used for? Who has Rachel Chandler been pictured with? This goes far beyond spirit cooking models. That's not Abramovich.
It finally did it. Her name is Iris Apfel.
Okay. What's it say about her?
She was an American businesswoman, interior designer, and fashion icon for her flamboyant style and outspoken personality. Notably, in her oversized eyeglass, she passed away in March 2024 at the age of 102.
Nothing else about her, huh? She's just a designer?
Interior designer and fashion icon. So if she was a fashion icon, that means she was in with
Who's in the hoity-toities?
with what was his name? Les Wexner?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And friends with Epstein, so that way she had influence as far as stuff goes, and they could have used her as a reference because their big thing was for getting him and telling him they were going to become models, if I'm not mistaken.
Put the picture into Grok and see what Grok says about her.
All right, so let me.
There's a little thing. Yeah, there's a little thing there where you can like put I think you can paper clip a photo in. I'm just curious to know what Grok might say about it. Hang on a minute. I'm rolling my sausage.
Okay.
We need to turn up the heat a little bit. I do got it kind of low there. But I turned it down because I was over there with you. I didn't want to burn anything. And Samson came inside because he smelled it. He knows. He knows. He's like, I'm gonna get inside because there's no other dogs in there. Oh no, that's not Samson. It's Lucy. I didn't even realize that you weren't Samson. Don't eat my finger. Just lick my finger. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you keeping my finger intact. Yeah. That sausage grease. Mm-hmm. Like that, huh? Yeah. 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 You ready to go out? You ready to go out? Hmm?
I just put it in a Grok.
Who is this woman? I guess, but
Grok said, I cannot identify the person with the image, certainly based on the available information. The image appears to show an older individual with gray hair wearing glasses and colorful garment, possibly inside a vehicle Without additional context or recognizable features, I cannot determine her identity. If you have more details,
Put in her name now. Because I'm curious if Grok's going to come up with a different picture of her.
I put, could this be Iris Apfel? As the question, right? Based on the visible features, gray hair, large round glasses, and colorful layered outfit, the person in the image could potentially be Iris Apfel, a well-known fashion icon for a distinctive style. She passed away in March 2024 at the age of 102. However, without a clear view of the face, more specific context, I cannot confirm. So let's see.
Ask if there's any relationship between her and Epstein or Maxwell. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do.
Do I trust Grok completely? I'm not going to say yes, but I do like some of the stuff that he lays out. And on historical things, in most cases, pretty spot on.
I put, how is Iris Apfel connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Les Wexner? And it's oh man, it's going through connections. Holy
He's
shit!
in deep thought.
Oh man. Here,
I can't see it, but we got to put you up on screen. Hang on. Okay, try it again.
That's what it's saying, and there's a glare.
Yeah, I can't read it. Dude,
Yeah,
print's too small. Yeah.
Yeah. Exploring social ties. Man, it's still.
So it's still in search mode.
Oh, man. Okay, thoughts. Based on extensive searches across web sources, Wikipedia entries, and expos, there is no documented or substantiated connection between Iris Apfel, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Les Wexner. Apfel. Let's see. But there is one. Apfel is a renowned interior designer and fashion icon whose work focused on textiles, reproductions of historical fabrics, and high-profile projects like White House restorations. I say again, like White House restorations from the 1950s to the 1990s. While Wexner built a retail empire in fashion, including Victoria's Secret, and Epstein Maxwell operated in overlapping New York social and elite circles, it's saying the only thing that we have is basically anecdotal evidence. But she was working as an interior designer in the White House in the 90s when Clinton was president. And so it looks like Clinton may be the nexus of this circle here for Epstein, this lady, Les Wexner, and the White House. That's what it looks like.
Okay. So, Epstein Island dungeon beneath the temple, sex and torture rooms, openly flaunt across social media, untouchable. Two. Yeah. Rachel Chandler had the possible Epstein Island security cam pic on her Instagram. You know who that is right there? Yep. We know. We know, we know, we know. We know, we know. Yep. All right. Moving on. And then you've got connections. Photo of Paris Hilton with Ray Chandler. Yeah. Handler. Balenciaga. All connected. Yeah. All connected. Who did Nikki Hilton, sister of Paris, marry? James Rothschild. Yeah. Do you believe in coinkydinks? We're sorry, but that page cannot be found. Yeah. They removed everything that they did. Yeah. Fox News. Billionaire sex offender Epstein once claimed he co-founded Clinton Foundation. Connect the dots. See if this one's still there. Why? Something has gone wrong. It seems you stumbled upon our 404 page. Why are all of these things scrubbed from the internet? Does a single picture of Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane with Rachel Chandler refute his entire statement? Fake news, disinformation campaign failing. You are the news now. Together you are strong. Epstein's plane. Who is she? Follow friends. Friends lead to others. Open source. Q. Told you that. Yeah.
In which the friends we just went into, Iris Apfel.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. And then what's that?
Do what?
What did you say now?
I said, it said follow the friends, and I said we just did part of that. Iris Apfel, which knows the Clintons because she worked in the White House as an interior designer.
Yep.
And that also gives her to Les Wexner because of the fabrics that her family produces. And that also sends her back to the Epstein social circle, because that they were using the model excuse to get these girls and do what they were doing.
Yep. Yeah. So 3370, you guys dropping real bids along with indictments, it helps a lot with overcoming that. Sessions began the Epstein investigation. When that is revealed, those who doubted may see the light. The wheels of justice turn slow, but when they turn, they are powerful. 10 times speed now underway. We are back online. Pelosi attempted block. Q. Yeah. Pelosi attempted block because that was her in that picture. That wasn't Hillary Clinton. That was in that one picture. That was Nancy Pelosi who was in that picture. Yeah. And then back in 2011, the indomitable Peter Schweizer published Throw Them All Out, a detailed examination of political corruption as it is actually practiced in the halls of Congress. In his investigation, Schweizer found one single member of Congress against whom no allegations could be held, who had never given a dime that was not his and never cut any backroom deals and had never, simply put, played the game. That individual was Jeff Sessions. That fact is all you need to know to understand why Donald Trump selected Sessions for the Department of Justice and why Sessions has followed the course he has in taking on the Russia collusion coup effort. Sessions is the quintessential Eagle Scout. He will follow the rules down to the last subclause and will not make his move until every T has been crossed and every I dotted. We saw the first results of this approach last Friday in dealing with Andrew McCabe, the century's prime example of a cookie full of arsenic. Sessions waited until the FBI Office of Professional Responsibility, which is run by the Assistant Director Candace Will, who was appointed by Robert Mueller, of all people, recommended that McCabe be fired. Then he and McCabe officially informed beforehand, following established procedure to the letter. This comes under the rubric of strategy, a concept unfortunately foreign to too many active conservatives. A large number of cons recognize only one course of action, a headlong charge against the closest target while howling at the top of their lungs. Not only do they dismiss any more subtle form of action, but they often attack those engaging it in of cowardice or corruption or being an Alinskyite or Obamaist commie stooge, despite the fact that their kamikaze runs usually end up heading over the nearest cliff. So it was with Sessions, who has been routinely dismissed as paid off being asleep under his desk or as part of the swamp. Yeah.
So, and that ties in to the Comer post that I read just before I left to take my daughter to go get her check. Jeff Sessions is due to appear for depositions for the House committee on August the 28th.
Isn't that funny? Now, why would... Oh, but how do you introduce evidence? How do you introduce evidence? Through a court of law or on the congressional floor? Or in the hearings, of course, you know.
Oh yeah, and that was one of my comments that I went over earlier in regarding the in regard to the spacecraft and Donald Trump case. How do you introduce evidence legally?
Yep. Yep. You got to do it through a court of law. Yeah.
So,
or through tribunal.
Yes.
Which is a form of the record. Yeah. Yep. So, all right, moving on. 3376. Holy shit, the first placeholder. Let's see. Holy shit, the first placeholder. You guys dropping real bits along with indictments helps a lot with overcoming that. And then Flynn news coming, Q. Okay. So then you got Hillary Clinton with the nodding head actions that she was doing. Okay. And then you got this. Is the stage set for a drop of HRC, raw video, 5.5? Executive Arvid 5774. We have it all. Reread, restage, the nail in many coffins, liberal undo. Impossible to defend, toxic to those connected. We must work together. We are only as strong as your voice. You must organize and be heard. That is why they keep you divided and in the dark, weak. We are here to unite and provide truth, dark to light. Evil surrounds us. We are fighting for you. Where we go one, we go all. How did I start the podcast today? Yeah, I did. I started the podcast with where we go one, we go all. I did. Yeah. The choice to know will be yours. End. Yeah. Yeah. He said it. But let's go here. Okay. George M. Nassif, round 2. Look for these arrests coming included in the NXIVM cases related to Epstein cases. Stormy Daniels, her attorney, Wiener, Huma, Hillary, evidence from insurance files on Wiener's laptop, 3 videos. Yeah. Frazzle Drip 1, 2. And the third one was another person. Watch the dominoes fall, recruiting teen girls for NXIVM. Soon to be entered into evidence, can't legally show them here. Video 1, underage teen boy giving blood transfusion direct to HRC, white coat doctor present. Operating room, setting procedure. Video 2, Huma, HRC, sex with underage girl, bedroom setting. Huma and HRC and surgeon cutting off female child's face and nose with scalpel, approximately 8 years old. H&H taking said child's face and placing it on their own, dancing around the room as if celebrating. Wow. They best leave our patriots, Sarah and SOL, alone. Fox, former FBI agent, indictment of Jeffrey Epstein is placeholder. Expect dozens more charges in near future. Placeholder, population start August 2019. Okay, so people, when I talked about frazzle drip, I wasn't kidding.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I wasn't kidding. Okay. You didn't think the Epstein investigation began a few months ago, did you? It was all under the direction and oversight of AG Jeff Sessions. Expect a lot more to become public unsealing. All those indictments. Okay. Barr not recused from pending cases. Only passed. Democrat fight coming. Liberal outrage coming. Pelosi's daughter inserted. Counter made. Simple. How was Pelosi's daughter inserted? She was there shooting a documentary at the time of on January 6th. Okay. It was a staged event. All of it was a staged event. Okay. She said it flat out. Nobody broke into the Capitol. That was all done via the documentary. It had nothing to do with the peaceful protesters who came up from down below. All right. We already covered this one in one of the other ones, under the age of 18, 15. Who posted the picture? RC. What age is RC in picture? Okay. Rachel Chandler. Okay. Blackmail, power, top-down protection, plain temple, XYZ pics equals witness, classified 1 through 99. Why did RC form a modeling talent agency? Why was RC, Rachel Chandler, Epstein, and Maxwell Temple highlighted in the past? Dark to light. These people are sick. How were they highlighted? Does anybody remember how they were highlighted? They were on the lifestyles of the not so rich and famous, or the lifestyles of the rich and famous. Robin Leach did a thing on Epstein Island, Little St. James. Yeah, I said it. Yep. So then you got a new title, TBD. Okay. And this is post 2886. Kid Love Production. And who's the production company? You can find this information. Those who are the loudest. Okay. Just saying. All right. No joke and or reference regarding Epstein. No attempt to connect back to POTUS. Silence, hunted. Okay. Then we got Not So Funny Now. Yeah. Not So Funny Now, you see? That's Bill Maher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Not So Funny Now. Welcome to Epstein Island. Ask yourself, is this normal? What does a temple typically symbolize? What does an owl symbolize? Dark religion. Tunnels underneath? How many channels captured on Rachel Chandler's pics? Rooms indicate size. Hallways shown. Classification 1 through 99. Symbolism will be their downfall. These people are evil. Okay. Then you got 3400. Do you believe in coincidence? Mike Flynn changes his story, putting him on collision course with Judge. Judge slams government argument that Mike Flynn is co-conspirator in former partner's trial. Sarah Carter confirms Judge rules Flynn cannot be named co-conspirator in ex-business partners. Flynn news coming. That's what came out. And that was said, Flynn news coming was,
a few posts ago.
yeah, I want to, yeah, it was down here. So it's kind of like that part of that where the bodies are buried kind of thing.
Yeah, he knew.
Yeah, especially when you're a commander in that region, you learn everything about, about where people are located and everything else. So let's get back up to the 3400s here. And then let's see. I want to make sure that I get to where we were. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Then we got that picture, 16 channels, 4x4. Okay. Note 2013 on the bottom, date important. Oh, so we should probably check that link with a 2013 on the bottom of that.
It didn't have any going back that far. The first one, it showed being 2016, I think.
Yeah. Just saying. Just roll them the sausage. Bear with me. I'll be right with you. Thank you. All right. So then we got Allison Mack, and that's the Nixium connection. Okay. That's, and then Allison Mack of Nixium sex cult naming big names. Okay. How does LDR, Rothschild's connection to the Bronfmans? Find the bridge. Think company. How is Bronfman connected to Nixium? Go backwards. Nixium, who pleaded guilty? Allison Mack. When does a bird sing? What city was Epstein arrested in? New York City, Southern District of 5-5.
And South or West Palm Beach. He was arrested in West Palm Beach also.
Yeah. So, yeah. So then you got New York Post in regards to Victoria's secret pipeline to Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell, follow the family. UK-US 1 and 2. Umbrella surveillance, leapfrog 1 through 4. Points of contact. Open source, find. And the New York Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Children. They're all linked with trafficking. How do you eliminate liability? Where is Epstein being held? Reconcile. Do you believe in coincidence? Powerful people connected. Panic. Q. Yeah. All right. Here she is with Rothschild. Right here. The idiot.
Mm-hmm.
He's, does not carry on with the family genius at all. All right. Here she is with a Rothschild. Rothschild, Nepper Suvio, Nick Rhodes, and Ghislaine Maxwell attend the National Youth Orchestra of the United States of America reception at the Royal Albert Hall, hosted by Ronald O'Perlman in London. Coincidence, those mentioned in the past are now coming into the light. Think LDR, think Gloria Vanderbilt, think Epstein, think just same. Yeah. All right. Vanity Fair. Jeffrey Epstein case grows more grotesque. Panic in D.C. Telling you, this is okay. Primary purpose of the article: a colorful building that some news reports have called the Temple was actually a gym when Epstein worked out when he was on the island. Scully said, noting in an interview in the ABC News that the gym had a memorable feature, a massive framed photo of a topless woman. How do you shape a story? Facts versus fiction. Think for yourself. Yeah. There are puppets. There are puppet masters, which is Mueller. Attempt to replace James Comey as FBI director failed. Attempt to regain FBI control. Plot and plan. Backup. To initiate SC to safeguard against criminal prosecution. Supreme Court to safeguard against criminal prosecution regarding illegal and criminal actions. All right. Supreme Court blockade. Supreme Court loss of FBI command, control, safeguard. DOJ depends on what agency for investigating criminal actions. Mueller, Uranium One, Mueller, Epstein, bury and cover up. Mueller, plot to remove duly elected president. Biggest scandal in American history, treason. 2019, year of the boomerang. Okay, so I want to point something out here. He just put it all in. He just put it all. Q just put it all into one perspective. So basically, what he's saying is that Uranium One, Epstein, bury and cover up, okay, and plot to remove a duly elected president of the United States. That's all connected. All of this is all, it's all connected, guys. It's all connected. All roads lead to Obama. Where the intelligence apparatus part is, okay, but the whole connection of this is the appointed traitors, and they are, okay. Plot to remove a duly elected president, bury and cover up all the Epstein files, and Uranium One, protect the Clintons at all cost. Sorry, guys. All right. Then you got breaking. Jeffrey Epstein found injured in New York City jail after possible suicide attempt or assault. Yeah. Okay. Eyes on. And that was before his death, right? All right. Was the Manhattan power outage an attempt to take out Epstein? Oh, how do you eliminate a liability? Where's Epstein being held? Reconcile. Do you believe in coincidence? Powerful people connected, panic. Yeah. Just saying. Just saying. Painfully obvious or willfully ignorant. Yeah. All right. 3496. Does a person who fights hard for bail, then appeals for the original decision, attempt to overturn, attempt suicide prior to the ruling of the appeal? Logical thinking. He was killed. Anod's going to play the new Save the Children from video game when released. The cast of characters should be interesting. Yeah. Playing the game. 3505. It's all coming out soon. Nunez to receive a special package from Barr. Okay. Hasn't been released yet. Summon on, add the Punisher base to Pepe. While it is certainly not meant to be funny, it sends a very important intended message. Cast of characters are known. Yep. Rolling Stone put out an article, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein arrest. I wonder if that's still up. Oh, we're getting a 404 error.
Hey, what was the post number for that one?
That was post number 3508. You going to see if you can pull that back up?
I am.
That would be great. Thank you. All right. And then we got Tarantino billboards hijacked La Sham, Epstein, Polanski, Petalwood coming to a theater near you. Ooh, that one's still there. Yeah, the Tarantino's billboards hijacked in LA to slam Epstein, Polanski, and Petalwood. Yep. Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio no longer appear on several ads in Hollywood for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, as a conservative street artist has swapped their images with those of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and film director Roman Polanski. Once Upon a Time in Petalwood. Yep. Yep. So that's still there. Yeah. What's this about Charles Manson? Let's see, he also noted that the backdrop of the movie is the 1969 Charles Manson murders, where the most high-profile victim was Sharon Tate, the actress who was married to Polanski at the time. Epstein wasn't as well known among the public as Polanski until his recent arrest, but he was a frequent guest at the entertainment industry events on both coasts, even throwing dinner parties at his New York mansion, attended by the likes of Katie Couric, Charlie Rose, Chelsea Handler, and Greg Stephanopoulos. Beyond the billboard, there are ads at numerous bus stops, some on benches and others behind glass. Insiders say a street crew worked through the night to get the phony ads in place before the sun rose on Friday. One bench ad uses an image of Woody Allen instead of Polanski, as Allen was accused of abusing his adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow, when she was 7. I felt they should all share a billboard to highlight a decades-old problem that has plagued Hollywood for decades: the abuse of children, Sabo said. Yeah. So I think that's kind of interesting that one stayed up there. Tarantino's, yeah, it stayed up there. All right. And then you got the MOS. Yes. All right. Alternate U.S. media. Alternate plus U.S. media. U.S. politicians. Those who screamed the loudest find the connections 1.1.1.1. All right. Primary, affiliate A, affiliate B, affiliate C. Marching to the same beat. Coincidence? Logical thinking. All right. Relevant to today regarding F assets, foreign assets. F is foreign. Destruction of foreign controlled intel, U.S. media plus alternative, critical. Unstoppable regarding state backed. Epstein thought so. Puppets and puppet masters. Then we got 3660. Relevant to today. Yep. It's the same post, but there's an add-on down here of, let's see if this account is still up. Interesting word of choice in the Twitter bio was the Drudge Report was a U.S.-based news aggregation website run by Matt Drudge. Was is the key word. Was. Or else it would say is a U.S.-based. Get what I'm saying? Was. Okay? Yes, these are Q drops. All right. So then we go here. $37.99. You didn't think we highlighted Epstein for no reason, did you? Those who were once protected are no longer. Timing is everything. Hunters become prey. Q. Yeah. All right. Speaking of Lex Wexner, all right, 3365, Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret. Connect the dots. Epstein, Wexner, the story goes much deeper, darker. Okay, 4484. Let's see if this one's still here. Is it still here? U.S. Department of Justice Attorney General William P. Barr on the nomination of Jay Clayton to serve as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Wiener laptop. Impeach Consigliere Barr now. U.S. Attorney Jeff Berman on today's press release by Attorney General Barr. All right. So we go back to here. Southern District of New York. Importance of Southern District New York control. Jurisdiction. Wiener evidence collection. Clinton Foundation, Epstein evidence collection. Ukraine. Focus on above for now. Watch New York City. Well, let's go ahead and click here and see if this link is still there. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. Here we go. Statement of U.S. Attorney Jeffrey S. Berman on announcement by Attorney General Barr. I learned in a press release from the Attorney General tonight that I was stepping down as United States Attorney. I have not resigned and have no intention of resigning my position, to which I am appointed by the judges of the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. I will step down when a presidentially appointed nominee is confirmed by the Senate. Until then, our investigations will move forward without delay or interruption. I cherish every day that I work with the men and women of this office to pursue justice without fear or favor, and intend to ensure that this office's important cases continue unimpeded. Jeffrey S. Berman, United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. Okay, the guard refusing to step down. POTUS refusal to formally nominate. Appointed to post by Southern District New York judges. Unusual. Removal of acting. The stakes are high. They will fight. Super Bowl puppy show. I'm telling you, that's going on right now. All of this is going.
Oh, man.
You know. All right. Then we got 4562 red alert. Ghislaine Maxwell arrested. Yep, we know about that. Yep.
Yep, me and you covered the trial, I think.
Yep. So possible Epstein was a puppet, not the main person of interest. Financed by who or what foreign entities? Primary gather blackmail on elected politicians, dignitaries, royalty, Hollywood influencers, Wall Street, and other financial top-level players, other high-profile industry-specific people, etc. Feed an addiction. Controllable. Maxwell family background. Robert Maxwell history. Intel agency. Wealth. Class 1 through 99. Sometimes it's the people in the background that are of significance. Q.
Oh, by the way, that post or that link, it wouldn't even pull up in the Wayback Machine. It said it didn't exist anywhere.
Yeah. So this is Bill Clinton with Shantae Davis. All right. This here is Bill Clinton at Epstein Island. This here is Epstein's Island girls. All right. And then we're back up here to what? The list. The list. Okay. So what else do you have on Epstein?
Okay, so part 3. Then in New York, the Southern District, Epstein was indicted on the charges of sex trafficking, conspiracy, and also sex trafficking. See the link below for the indictment. So here we go. Share screen again because when I click to go to that link, see, here it is. 19 Crim 490. So 19 CR 490. The grand jury charges as set forth, the course. So here we go. It goes into the factual background. And then it actually goes into the indictment, right? So it goes into the statutory allegations. Count 2, sex trafficking. The grand jury further charges. The allegation contained in paragraphs 19 and 22 of this indictment are repeated and realleged and fully set forth within. Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 1594, Section C1, any property, real and personal, that was used or intended to commit or facilitate the commission of the offense alleged in count 2, and any property, real or personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly a result of the offense alleged in count 2, or any property traceable to such property, and the following specific property. So that right there basically says it can be attached. And look at who the U.S. attorney is for the indictment, Hawk.
Who's that?
Jeffrey S. Berman. Didn't we just talk about that?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, didn't we just talk about that?
Yep.
Jeffrey Berman?
Yep.
And that also the all that property that was seized can be used for lawsuits against the estate.
Yep.
So it's the 1953 estate, okay? So, and then the final part, all that being said, in order for the charges of sex trafficking conspiracy and sex trafficking, there has to be other person or persons involved. In other words, there has to be the trafficker, which would be Epstein, and the person that the trafficked individual is going to. For the count of indictment of conspiracy, there has to be the party that is knowingly trying to conceal the crime. So there has to be at least 2 or more people for the indictment to have come down.
Yep.
And then also, I come across this morning, Hawk. I don't know if you have seen these yet from, oh God, what?
Patriot Dad EV 2.0.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I haven't. I haven't looked at those yet.
Okay. For those of you that have commented, read, or explored my post so far as the Epstein stuff, I came across a couple of videos earlier today of Trump's name in the docs explaining everything. Should I play these?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I made an
Yep.
offer.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to throw eggs in the cooker. So.
All right, here we go.
My audience, I said, if enough of you are interested, I would be willing to put in the time to show you every single instance of how Donald Trump's name shows up in the available documents that we have access to today in the Epstein files. Over the last couple of days, I've had a chance to review over 6,000 documents, and I've pulled out screenshots of each and every single instance. And I'm just here to tell you, some of you are not going to like what I'm getting ready to show you. The reality is I'm probably going to have to do this over at least 2 videos, maybe 3, to make sure I leave time to be able to show you every single instance of where Donald Trump's name shows up in the Epstein files. Over the last several years, there have been multiple drops of Epstein documents, over 6,000 pages of them, with the most recent back in 2024 under the Biden administration, when more than 2,000 pages of depositions related to the defamation lawsuits filed against Ghislaine Maxwell, where the bulk of this information is going to come from. But first, I want to deal with some of the salacious allegations that you've seen and heard in the media, starting with the most salacious, the 13-year-old who accused Donald Trump of graping her, with multiple lawsuits filed, one in California and one in New York. And just like I told you last year, Jane Doe, Katie Johnson, whatever you want to call her, was a complete and total hoax. And everybody knew it, going all the way back to 2016 when this story first dropped. Grape lawsuit against Donald Trump linked to former TV producer. Despite the fact that the propagandists are still trying to pass this story off as true, everybody has known going all the way back to 2016 that Katie Johnson / Jane Doe was actually a well-known extortionist by the name of Norm Lubbo, who had tried to extort multiple celebrities. And Donald Trump was just another target of his. Multiple stories, including some of the biggest left-wing fact checkers in the world, debunked this many, many times. It was a hoax. And even the judges back in 2016 and later, I think in 2017 or 2018, when these cases were dismissed, knew it was a hoax. The first one in California was dismissed because the plaintiff failed to indicate any civil rights violations because they were just making it up. And because of a 2019 New Yorker article in which one of Epstein's alleged accusers made a statement about Epstein having in his possession sex tapes of famous people. Multiple headlines came out of that story. One of them in particular said Epstein accuser claims pedophile had sex tapes of Trump, Clinton, Prince Andrews, and other famous people. And come to find out later on that Ransom made it up. As a matter of fact, it's quoted here. It says, Ransom told me that she had invented the tapes to draw attention to Epstein's behavior and to make him believe that she had evidence that would come out if he harmed her. That story still persists in the media today. And the propagandists are still pushing it today, even though the woman who made the claim years ago said she made it up. She's also one of the people that claimed that Alan Dershowitz raped her, and she admitted she made it up. Two other instances I want to show you in this video, and then the rest of it I'll put in video number 2. And that is where all the good stuff is. First, when Jeffrey Epstein's house was raided, law enforcement found these. These are handwritten messages that indicate that Donald Trump tried to contact Jeffrey Epstein back in November of 2004. What's interesting about these is the media is counting these as 2 separate phone calls. But when you look at the timestamp on each one of these, both of them are at 5:18. It looks to me like the exact same phone call, just written by 2 different people. Why? I don't know. But if you also correspond this to what was going on in November of 2004, this happened right at the exact same time that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump got into a bidding war over a beachfront property in Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump ended up winning that bidding war. And many people believe that this is just one more piece of the reason why Donald Trump ultimately ended up kicking Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. And in another earlier document dump that included thousands of records, the only information that I was able to find in that dump were a couple of copies of flight logs from 1993, 1994, and 1995. Now, the media says that there were a total of 7 flights that Donald Trump took on Epstein's plane, all of them within the continental U.S. I was only able to find 5 of them. Now, it's probably because some of them were so illegible, the writing was so unclear that you really couldn't even tell what you were reading. But here's the first one. You're going to notice something about these flights. Every single one of them included multiple people, including Marla Maples, Donald Trump's daughter, his son, and basically an entire plane full of people. And they all went from Palm Beach to D.C. to New Jersey. Those were the only 3 locations that any of these flights originated from, stopped at, or went to. This is the flight log from 1994 from Palm Beach, D.C., and D.C. to Newark, New Jersey. And this is the last one I could find from 1995 from Palm Beach to New Jersey. And this looked like a pretty full flight. I think this even had Eric Trump on it with him. Now, outside of that, I went through all of the FBI vault files and was only able to find one document that had Donald Trump's name. Now, I will say that the FBI vault was almost entirely redacted. You couldn't read hardly any of it. This is the only instance in the almost 1,000 pages in the vault that even mentioned Donald Trump. And this is from an incident report. And it's talking about the interview he had with Virginia Giuffre. It said approximately 1998 or 1999, Giuffre began working at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. Her father also worked there as well. Now, the rest I'm going to show you in video 2 is where all the good stuff is. All of what I'm going to show you in video 2 comes from the most recent document dumps back in 2024. All of it, over 2,000 pages, are depositions and articles that list Donald Trump's name during the lawsuits that were filed between people like Virginia Giuffre and Ghislaine Maxwell and other accusers against Donald Trump. And his name is in there multiple times. But in case you haven't caught the hint yet, there's a lot of people that are going to be really upset when they find out exactly why his name is in there. Trump is in the Epstein files. So Trump is in the Epstein files. There's no way around it. And like I said, when I finished part 1 and just released it, some of y'all are going to be pretty upset when you see why and the context. So what I'm getting ready to show you is every instance from the most recent document dump that happened back in January of 2024, in which the Biden Department of Justice released over 2,000 documents, and Donald Trump's name shows up in those documents a total of 21 times across 18 different pages. But first, I want to set the stage. Back in the early 2000s, Donald Trump, a billionaire, owned Mar-a-Lago. Jeffrey Epstein, a billionaire, lived right down the road with one of his properties, also in Palm Beach County, Florida. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were regular visitors of Donald Trump's at Mar-a-Lago. They were both billionaires. They ran in similar circles. That's no secret. But what happened in early 2000s is ultimately Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein started recruiting underage girls out of Donald Trump's club, having them go work for Jeffrey Epstein to do all kinds of inappropriate things. Donald Trump ended up catching wind of this, and he kicked Epstein out of his property and told him he's not allowed to return anymore. So what you're getting ready to see are all the instances in which Donald Trump's name is brought up as a result of the criminal case that sprung from a stepmother of a 14-year-old who was recruited to go work for Epstein and filed a criminal case against him. Everything that you're going to see is a result of that. By the way, that's also the case in which the Pam Bondi Department of Justice has petitioned the judge in Southern Florida to release the actual grand jury testimony, and they've refused. A Democrat-appointed judge, appointed by Barack Obama, is refusing to provide any more details. The first instances of Donald Trump's name showing up in these documents I want to show you actually came as part of the Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia Giuffre lawsuit, the defamation lawsuit. This was a deposition taken with a girl named Johanna Schoberg, who was also one of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers. And in this part of the conversation, the attorneys and Johanna are talking about a flight in which she was on. And they were heading, I believe, to New York. But for some reason, the pilot said they weren't going to be able to land in New York. So Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go. I don't recall the name of the casino, but we'll go to the casino. So Jeffrey Epstein mentioned the name of Donald Trump, saying, well, since we can't go to where we want to, we're just going to call up Trump and we're going to go to Atlantic City and visit one of his casinos. And as that conversation goes on, the attorney's asking her additional questions, and Donald Trump's name comes up again, and I'll read it to you. It says, we left Palm Beach and landed in Atlantic City for a few hours because there was a storm in New York, and then got back on the plane a few hours later and landed in Teterboro. And you said that you recall landing in Atlantic City. Did you go into Atlantic City? Yes. We went to one of Trump's casinos. Did you actually go into the casino? Yes. Do you recall Virginia at the time, Virginia Roberts being with you? Yes. And the last instance in this part of the deposition is where the attorney is asking Johanna Schoberg if she ever massaged certain people, and started reading off a list of names. Marvin Minsky, I don't know that. George Lucas, no. Donald Trump, no. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. And then the attorney says, sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? And the witness, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So most of what we've heard in the media about these people like Alan Dershowitz and others, When you put people under oath and you ask them questions in a deposition, their response is absolutely not. Now, when I ran a search of the over 2,000 documents that were released back in 2024, I found 21 hits of Donald Trump's name across 18 pages. 4 of those instances were instances like this, where the search was actually pulling up Trump's name, but not because they were in any article or not because they were in any pertinent document, but because the name was listed on the side of a promo from a screenshot of an article that was included in the file. This one, for instance, is advertising another article about Barron Trump and Melania Trump going to dinner. And here's another example of that. It's a headline to an entirely different article that is on the side of the page that was included in the file where it says Ivanka Trump shares morning snap of baby. That counts apparently as Donald Trump's name being in the file. Here's another instance of Donald Trump's name being in the file. This is a recommendation letter that was included in the Southern Florida lawsuit that proves that Virginia Giuffre's dad used to work for Donald Trump, and he wrote a reference for her dad. That was in the file. And as part of the investigation for the Southern Florida case, they pulled a Social Security Administration income verification to verify whether or not Virginia actually worked for Donald Trump as 17-year-old as a locker room attendant. And they confirmed that she earned $1,800 back in 2000 as an employee of Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And interestingly enough, about 100 pages of the over 2,000 pages from the early 2024 dump include snapshots and printouts of articles that were written about this entire scenario. In almost every one of those articles, Donald Trump is mentioned, but not in any way relevant. It's almost as though the journalists were using a script to try to associate Jeffrey Epstein with important people. It said things like this: Epstein, Wall Street money manager, once counted Bill Clinton and Donald Trump among friends. And there were several other instances of that exact same thing, almost word for word. Somebody was trying to drive home the point that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of important friends. The rest of what I'm going to show you comes from the conversation during the deposition between Virginia Giuffre and Ghislaine Maxwell's attorneys. And it's important to understand that Virginia Giuffre gave an interview to New Yorker, I believe, a couple years earlier, and talked a lot about this case, about her experience working for Jeffrey Epstein, and made several statements in that article that still persist today, and the attorneys asking her about them. So in the deposition, the attorneys laid out a list of statements that were attributed to Virginia. And the attorney says, question, I'll let you read through the statements on the first page there. And if there is anything that is not absolutely true, put a check mark by it, and we'll come back to it. And here is an actual copy of that list. And you'll notice it says a check mark next to Donald Trump was good friends with Jeffries. He didn't partake in any sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. He'd laugh and tell Jeffrey, you've got the life. So after she finished putting check mark next to things, this is the continuation of the conversation. Question, okay, what else did you put a check mark by? Answer, Donald Trump was also good friends with Jeffries. He didn't partake in any sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. He'd laugh and tell Jeffrey, you've got the life. And then the attorney goes on and says, question, all right, what's inaccurate about the last statement on that page? Answer, Donald Trump was also good friends with Jeffries. That part is true. He didn't partake in any sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. It's true that he didn't partake in any sex with us, but it's not true that he flirted with me. Donald Trump never flirted with me. And Virginia goes on and says, then the next sentence is he'd laugh and tell Jeffrey, you've got the life. And she says, I never said that to her. And it goes on. The attorney says, when you say he didn't partake in any sex with any of us, who is us? Answer, girls. Just how do you know who Donald Trump had sex with? Oh, I didn't physically see him have sex with any of the girls. So I can't say who he's had sex with in his whole life or not. But I just know it wasn't with me and I was with other girls. And who are the other girls that you were with in Donald Trump's presence? None. There. I worked for Donald Trump and I've met him probably a few times. When have you met him? At Mar-a-Lago. My dad and him, I wouldn't say they were friends, but my dad knew him and they would talk all the time. Well, not all the time, but when they saw each other. And then it goes on. It says, have you ever been in Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's presence? And she answers and says, no. What is the basis for your statement that Donald Trump is good friends with Jeffries? Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is good friends of his, but you never observed them together? No, not that I can actually remember. I mean, not off the top of my head, no. And when did Donald Trump flirt with you? He didn't. That's what's inaccurate. Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's home? Not that I can remember. On his island? No, not that I can remember. In New Mexico? No, not that I can remember. In New York? Not that I can remember. And folks, that is it. That is every single record available today in the over 6,000 pages that we have access to. Every one of the mentions are either a journalist trying to draw an association, a voice message record, a flight log for flights to nowhere, and victims of Jeffrey Epstein saying, I never said that. Trump never touched me. I never saw him. That's it. Now do you see why they're so pissed?
Oh boy. It seemed like a whole narrative just crumbled with those videos.
Yep. Yeah. It's 1 second. I'm getting this out of the frying pan now.
Oh man. So when I was going through the list of testimonies earlier, it's amazing because Hillary Clinton is supposed to testify on October 9th. And I'm looking at Real AF Patriots post right now on my phone. It says, check out this Delta for October 9th, the day Hillary is to be deposed. In case you don't know by now, there are no coincidences. So I pulled it up here. I mean, this is gonna be interesting here. Blow this up so everybody can read it. There we go. Roger that, Madam Secretary. C equals classified. A kill bracket state. Clinton Foundation plus Soros, journalist, direct Africa, Saudi Arabia, SAPs, China, Russia, Uranium One, Hussein, Benghazi, MB, I can't remember what, is that Mike Brennan? CIA assets, crimes against humanity, route, Huma, CC, Wiener backup, nothing is ever truly deleted. Threats, blackmail, and bribes. That falls on the day she's that is the Delta for October 9th for them.
What's the Delta for Hillary's arrest?
October 31st, I think. Let me check here. So let me go to post. Oh, no, October 28th.
Mm-hmm. So there are 69 posts, all mentioning Epstein. So why are we stuck on Epstein? Because it matters. It matters.
It really does.
We've got to root out all evil, not just what's convenient. You know, and yeah, why don't you pull up that one that you sent in regards to that you sent me in private?
I exited out of there. When I closed out of the thing by accident, it deleted the private chat.
Oh, no. Your X Messenger.
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
Particular statement that was just released?
Yeah. So, MAGA Kitty put out this from Donald Trump's True Social page. Crime in DC is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16-year-old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens. At the same time, knowing that they almost will be immediately released. They are not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. The law in DC must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and importantly, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together, and quickly, we will have no choice but take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run, and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago. Then this incredible young man and so many others would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime. If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city. Make America great again.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the mayor is actually considered the governor of DC. Did you know that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. No different than the mayor of London.
Yes. And they did that through the oh shit, I'm trying to remember the name of the act. It was in 1871 or 1870. Crap. We used to talk about it all the time, Hawk.
Title of nobility.
No, it was shit. Now I'm gonna have to pull it up. Let's see here.
Okay, I just want to point out to you. You do know I smoke pot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Although my mental synapses is moderately regulated, I do remember most things. But you've got to realize that we've had 5,000 conversations.
Oh yeah, of course.
In the last 9 years, yeah.
Of course.
That's going on a low ball number.
I'm trying to pull it up now. Man, because I know it's in here. I'm trying to remember the name of it, and damn it if I can't find it. Let's see here. Come on. But
you boys that just ate those eggs, you're going to stay out there until your egg parts are gone, because you're not coming in here to let them out. Yeah, I said it. I said it. And I mean it. Oh, it's getting, all of a sudden the temperature just jumped up about 20 degrees.
Oh, I'm telling you. It's been bad. I can't find it now. God dang it. But it was where they established DC as something, and it breaks down payments going to Britain and different European countries. And man, I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I guess I'm getting old. But yeah. So
there's a whole lot of things.
Let me see
A whole lot of things. There's a whole lot of things going on. Yeah. Let's see. Where do we start again? So, here we go. Okay.
The Organic Act. That's it. The Organic Act of 1871. That's what it was.
Sorry, had to mute and yell. All right. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we at?
I just started talking. I just mentioned the Organic Act. If you didn't hear it.
1871.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where it
it's,
specifically mentioned DC having to have a governor.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I suppose we should probably start covering a bunch of other stuff now that we're past Epstein. Are we past Epstein?
I am past Epstein.
Okay, I'm past Epstein for now too. Okay, so let me get. Let's see. Let's see here. There's a couple of them individually that I was looking for.
Sorry, man.
Okay.
I'm laughing my ass off at this right now because Newsom's gonna blow a gasket.
Well, Newsom's a nuisance.
Yeah, President Trump just signed executive order establishing a task force for the 2028 LA Olympics, with himself leading it instead of Gavin Newsom. Newsom will blow a gasket in 3, 2, 1. Here, I'll send this to you through X Messenger. Oh, this is great.
Okay. You sending it in where? Where'd you send it to X?
Yeah, I sent it to your X Messenger. But I gotta get going here. I gotta make my kid something to eat. He just come in saying he was hungry.
Oh Jesus, kids!
So,
what is it with kids? They just like think that it's all about them. It's all about them. Just water them, man. Just water him. He doesn't need no food. Just water him. Turn the hose on and water him. He'll grow like a weed. I think he heard me because he walked out of the room and he didn't look happy. He looked rather upset that I said that.
Yeah, he's getting tired and he gets hangry. So.
Oh, well, see, then you should have Snickers and water. So just give him a Snickers and spray him down with the hose at the same time. He'll be good.
Yeah.
The hangry goes down, he cools down, and he gets over it, you know.
Oh yeah. But I'm gonna get going here so I can make.
All right, brother.
I will talk to everybody later.
Okay. All right. Yeah, here we are, 5 hours in. 5 hours in, we covered a lot. We covered quite a bit. 5 hours. Oh. 5 hours. That's a long time. That's a long time.
Everybody, this is a big one here. Bam, no photo pen.
You heard that? He said, bam, no auto pen. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And it's basically, it says, with himself leading it instead of Gavin Newsom.
This is a big one here.
The ultimate troll. Yep. We'll get over it, though. We will get over it. And if he doesn't, oh well, I'm not going to feel bad. See, this is what happens when people pay attention and they're willing to research. People find certain things. Yes, TDS is real. Trump derangement syndrome is real. These people are paid to spew propaganda. I'm sure all these ops are molesting and abusing kids. Now, take a listen. And I want you to listen to what he's explaining to you.
Yo, this is the donkey shit that gets sent to me all day, every day. Now, pay attention. Listen to this, right? Read this first. Breaking in a deeply unsettling, unearthed 2006 audio recording. Donald Trump says he has no age limit for sleeping with young girls. He claims he stopped at 12 years old, right? This is what the captions say, right? Y'all read it clearly. Now, keep it 1,000. Whoever's following me, listen to this and tell me what did you hear?
What is the best thing about being Donald Trump right now?
Well, other than the fact I'm married, okay,
right,
and I'm very happily married. I have a great wife. But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly Robin.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah. Do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket, yeah.
Foley with 12-year-olds.
Can I make a prediction for you?
You heard what he said, right? Everybody heard clearly. Let me rewind it.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah. Do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket, yeah.
Foley with 12-year-olds.
Listen closely. Tell me what you heard.
He said, I don't want to be like Congressman Foley with 12-year-olds.
That man clearly said, yo, he asked him, do you have an age limit? He said, no, I don't. Matter of fact, yeah, I do. I don't want to be caught up with no 12-year-olds. That's what he said. Whatever words he used, he basically said, no, I don't want to be caught up with no 12-year-olds. But out of thousands of people, how nobody heard that? How I heard that, and I'm sure people who's listening, I'm sure y'all heard what I heard, right? But how all of these comments, thousands of people is just acting like they did not hear that. This TDS shit is real. This is what this man be going through like all day, every day. This is what he been going through for the last 8 years. It's like, yo, this shit is insane. I never seen no shit like this in my life. Clearly, you heard him say this shit. Clear. It's not like, yo, you have to listen closely and like it's muffled. Clearly, I don't want to be caught up with no 12-year-olds. And they clearly just went and wrote this caption to sell propaganda, and people bought it. Through all the comments, it was a few dudes like, nah, that's not what he said. But the majority of people, through they hate, The hate will fucking cloud your logic and judgment. This shit is crazy.
Yeah. He puts together some good content. Yeah. So, all right. And then this guy, this is funny.
But the Russians just said that they had compromising videos of Donald Trump.
Yeah, dude, this is like the 20th time they've claimed that. And Donald Trump's response has been the exact same every fucking time. And that response has been, fucking show it. Hey, brother, every time Russia claims this, Trump is like, show it. Come on, you say you got compromising photos of me. You got compromising video. Fucking show it. Like, they claimed this during his first term. And they told him, if you don't lift these sanctions, we're going to show it to the world. Trump then put more sanctions on them. And they didn't show shit. Then they had that leading into the election. They were like, we have compromising photos. We have compromising video. And Trump was like, cool. Show it. Like, they were like, yo, if you fuck with our pipeline, we're going to show this shit to the world. We then proceeded to fuck with that pipeline. Russia said, if you don't stop sending aid to Ukraine, we're going to show it. We then sent aid to Ukraine. Like, bro, how many times does Russia have to claim this? How many times does Trump have to say, fucking show it? And how many times does Russia have to not show it for you to recognize this is bullshit? Like, look, I know it's exciting to you. Like, you really want to see these photos of Trump. You really want to see what they got on video. But I think it's pretty fucking obvious. They don't have a damn thing, because Trump is doing everything they told him not to do. Trump is disrupting them in every way they told him not to, and they still ain't showing shit. Yeah, man, we're way past the put up or shut up. Like, we've just arrived at Russia. Please shut the fuck up.
Yep. Just saying, everything's clear. Everything's very, very clear. All right. Yeah. Somebody asked a question there. Give me a second. I got to put my glasses on. All I saw was a question mark. Hawk, Slow Country. When you vote, you are making a contract for those that are chosen for that position or service. If that person walks away, is that a broken contract that you voted for? No, that's not the broken contract that I voted for. I voted for you to go in and do your fucking job. That's what I voted for, and not pussyfoot around. You know, it's yeah. I mean, it's that simple. You're getting paid $180,000 a year. Do your fucking job. Okay. I work 80 hours a fucking week with taking care of the dogs and everything else. And believe me, I ain't got that kind of money. I ain't got that kind of fucking perks and healthcare coverage and everything else. Yeah. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. It's easy to do things when you got money. But the fact of the matter is a good thing or a bad thing about money is that great quantities of money tend and more often lead to corruption, collusion, demonic expression, everything, because of the fact that I don't give a fuck because I'm a billionaire kind of kicks in, you know. But then again, you have some billionaires who are conscious that are doing everything that they can in order to better the world. And if we got people who are actually doing that and not trying to suck off the teat of America in order to do it, then those are the people that we need to stand up for. You know, I look at it like this. The man gives away his paycheck every time one comes in. It goes to another charity every single time, without fail, okay? Or it goes to a veterans thing, or it goes to a child's thing. You know, there's no joking with the man, you know. And if he tells me that he's going to spend $200 million of his own money in order to build that ballroom, I absolutely believe him. The guy's worth billions. What's 200 million if you're worth billions? That's probably interest for like 90 days in a bank for $1 billion account. I wonder how much you would collect on interest for $1 billion. You know, What's the interest rate on that if it's in an account in a bank? Because it's supposed to accrue interest, right? So, say 90 days, that $1 billion has been sitting there. How much money has that $1 billion? You know what? Let's ask Grok. How about that? Why not? Grok or Super Grok? Super Grok, I got a question for you. How come they don't have a microphone thing here? Okay. What is the interest of $1 billion in a bank account? Total for, what did I say, 90 days? For 90 days. To calculate the interest on $1 billion for 90 days, I need to make some assumptions since interest rate and compounding method aren't specified. There is a reasonable approach. Interest rate, a typical yield savings account rate in 2025 might be around 4% annually based on the recent trends for large deposits, though rates vary. Compounding, daily compounding, as is common for savings accounts. Time period, 90 days, which is approximately 0.246575 years, and is 90% of or 90 out of 365 days. All right. Simple interest calculation as a baseline formula interest. Principal rate is the interest is $9,863,013.70. Okay. I mean, it all of them come out somewhere in the 9,800,000 range. So 9,879,000. Okay, that's just for 90 days. Okay, so $1 billion sitting for a year. $1 billion sitting for a year. For, let's go. $360. It's hold on. Why didn't that do that? 365. That doesn't let me do it. Oh, I just got to copy it. I think I just got to copy, paste for 365 days. $40 million. 4 years in office. That's $160 million. Okay. That's $160 million if you think about it. Okay. So $160 million. Okay. With Patriot donors kicking in for the remaining 40 million, there's your $200 million, and there's your fucking ballroom. The guy's a fucking billionaire. Like he's going to miss $200,000 or $200 million, you know, just saying, you know, it's, yeah, just saying. All right. So, and that's with a compound interest of 4% annual rate. Okay. So that's $40 million. Okay. 40,810,770. So, you know, using common sense is understanding the, you know, when you got money, you got money. And when you got $1 billion sitting somewhere, well, that's $40 million you get to fart out your ass anytime you feel like it. Just saying. You know, just saying. Barton Green, baby. Barton Green. My biggest political mistake was voting for Barack Obama. That's what she said.
I don't know, you guys. I'm starting to feel bad that I voted for Barack Obama. I feel like he terrorized and messed up our country. When you think about it, like, I feel kind of bad I voted for him. Like, he caused, like, a lot of division. When you think about it, it wasn't President Trump. It was President Obama that caused all this mess, and we didn't even realize it. And now everything is coming out of all the stuff he was doing, and he's sitting up there trying to hide, sitting on the podcast with his legs crossed like he's a god, and trying to spread hate. He did it his whole presidency, allegedly. So now I'm starting to regret my vote. This is the first time I'm starting to sit back and regret my vote. Like, what have I done? I'm blaming myself because I voted for him. Oh, Lord, what y'all think?
Do not be deceived. Yeah. Yep. Just saying. Just saying. And then we got Tim Kramer. Here we go.
Sad, really, that they still don't get it. They're still playing the same old game. They don't realize that not only has the game changed, but so have the rules. Trump did all of that. They're trying to play catch up. And so what are they doing? Well, they're doing the same exact kind of bullshit that they did in 2016 and 2020. Here, take a look at this.
How many people have died because of what Doge did at USAID? So far, 55,000 adults have died of AIDS in the 4 months since Trump was elected.
That's a lot of people. But you're telling me that they wouldn't have died if that money was there? If you and your buddies were still getting that cash flow every month, those people would still be alive. Why didn't you save them? Why didn't you start speaking up and saying they're going to die? Why did you let them die? Because this is gaslighting. This is what it looks like. Now he's going to move on to kids.
6,000 children are dead because of what Doge did.
He wants you to believe that 6,000 kids died because Musk found waste, fraud, and abuse at USAID. That if that money had kept going, that those kids would be alive today. Why are you killing these kids? This is what propaganda looks like. It's why USAID and Voice of America have been shut down. Because they are doing this to you, American citizens. They're not supposed to be doing that. He continues trying to propagandize you. Listen closely.
Accumulate that over 4 years, the number of dead grows very high.
Now, some of you may realize that there's something missing from this piece. You're right. A journalist asking questions, demanding to know where these facts came from. She doesn't do it because, well, Operation Mockingbird was never about getting down to the truth. It was about carrying the narrative. Like this narrative they now want you to believe. Trump is no different than Stalin, Pol Pot, or any other dictator.
There are mass murderers in the world. Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Stalin. We don't have anybody on the list for America.
And there you have it. They've moved past all the other hoaxes. Grab her by the pussy, very fine people, Russia, 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 all of that. They've moved past all the hoaxes. Now Trump is a murderer. They're projecting him to be a murderer. He's going to kill millions of people if we don't do something soon. Are you tired of it? Hit him where it hurts him most. Just turn it off.
You're watching the Kramer Says Project.
Yep. That's simple. Beer at Paradise. My name is Scott. I have proudly served this country twice. First, Army Intel, back when dinosaurs were stomping on Nissans. Lately, as a volunteer in General Flynn's Army of Digital Soldiers. I can say without reservation that many of you, Anons, who never served in the real military, have demonstrated every single attribute that both veterans and active duty warfighters would both recognize and acknowledge properly by telling you I would have you in my foxhole without reservation. resilience, perseverance, teamwork, brains, flexibility, and balls. If that resonates with you, then thank you. And my balls, thank you. All right. We haven't been able to get X on QAG site for a bit, but that's changed. Tonight, Scavino went off on X reposting his post from 2 days ago, 2 days ahead of schedule. This is a thread of those 4 posts. Not that I can see his timestamp of reposts, only 1 second off of drop 3758, 20, 23, 26. Fuck around and find out. They're fighting for their lives. Good people in place. This is big stuff. Yeah. Just saying. And here it says FAFO right here. Yep. And then it goes to new title, TBD. Yep. Follow the family. They're fighting for their lives. Good people in place. Cute. Yep. Wow, Crazy Nancy, what's going on? This is big stuff. OANN exposes those Democrats and their Ukrainian ties. Joe and Hunter and Nancy and Paul. Seems like it's a family affair. What's going on here? Pay attention to 113 in this video as it has been removed from social media. Yeah. Justice must be served. And this is the video. Remember the Q? Remember that? Remember the Q? Yeah. Biblical. Yep. Target. FBI burning the midnight oil. What was just released to Nunez? Warning, Telegraph, it's happening. A clean house is very important. Can't get anything done without a clean house. Tick-tock. The sands of time. The hourglass. It takes time to research the public domain. Why were the McCabe memos released to the New York Times? Rob Rosenstein, wear a wire? Insurance. Threat. Remember, Rob Rosenstein tried to wear a wire into the skiff with President Trump. Okay. Insurance. Threat. What did they think was about to drop? Think D-class? Did the delay and smear tactics used by D's regarding Justice K help R's regarding public support endorsement regarding confirmation at November 6th event? Did select D's expose themselves regarding leaks and release of confidential personal info? CDE and F, foreign in brackets. If you know your opponent's moves, red October. It's all been one big setup. Yeah. Yep. Here we go.
Department of Justice is responsible for administering the Voting Rights Act, as well as 2 other federal civil rights statutes involving voting and some others actually beyond that. And I did an analysis of what was happening there in Texas with some racially drawn districts and determined that because of the way that they had been composed based on outdated law, that they were actually in violation of the Voting Rights Act. And I sent a letter to that effect to Governor Abbott and to AG Paxton. And so the calling of the legislative session about this is actually triggered by a Department of Justice finding that certain districts in Texas were illegal under the Voting Rights Act. And they're going to see that that is going to be the kind of the hot button issue, because for decades, Democrats particularly have really relied on racial gerrymandering, using the Voting Rights Act arguments that are now no longer in vogue to draw these districts that basically carve out protected districts for candidates that usually are Democrats. And so if that's at an end nationally, and that, you know, there's a United States Supreme Court has just agreed to take up a case that may even broaden the application of those rules, it is absolutely a crisis situation for people who've relied on racial gerrymandering. And so, I mean, I think that's what you're really seeing unfold here is the stakes are very high for people who have casually relied on race for their elections to be won.
Yep. It's been going on a long time. They're eating the pets.
We have a Fox News alert. Donald Trump has just signed a proclamation banning foreign nationals from certain countries from entering the United States. The countries include Afghanistan, Haiti, Iran, and Yemen. This is to protect us from foreign terrorists. Makes sense. Senator Bernie Moreno has been tracking this and joins us to discuss. Now, this is an expansion, Senator, of an executive order that he issued on day one, on January 20th. But they're obviously worried about another attack or potential attack in the United States. If this comes now, your thoughts tonight?
Well, you look at what happened in Boulder, Colorado, where you had a terrorist that Biden allowed into this country and literally set an American citizens, several, on fire because they were Jewish. Look, the President of the United States, and by the way, every member of Congress has one solemn duty to defend and protect the United States of America. And contrast that, Laura, what President Trump just did compared to what Biden did for 4 years. He flew private jets to Venezuela and Haiti and Nicaragua and picked up foreign nationals, criminal aliens, brought them to America and gave them all the social programs that are intended to take care of American citizens. Is a total disgrace. Thank you to President Trump for keeping America safe. That's what the election was about.
Yeah, and the Trump versus Hawaii case at the court upheld the president's authority under 212, Section 212F, I believe, to carry out these types of restrictions for national security purposes. It's just common sense. I mean, the idea that you can vet these people from countries with no real criminal database and which want to do us harm is insane. And that goes for a lot of the, 120,000 refugees from Afghanistan. There are maybe a handful of people, count them in, maybe 100 people who probably, should be here, but 120,000, that was also insane, completely nuts.
Completely crazy, Laura. Look, these countries are basically failed nations. They have no ability to vet who's leaving their country. We're not going to put American citizens in jeopardy. And for the first time in 4 years, we have a president that actually cares about American citizens, that's willing to protect us and defend this country. Thank God we have President Trump in the White House.
Yeah, it goes into effect Monday. I guess the refugees from Afghanistan, they didn't want to tangle with that mess, so they're exempt from this. I think that should be re-examined as well. I want to move on to what we've discovered now that happened in the Biden DOJ. We had understood and learned about a memo that Christopher Wray claimed was only isolated to a Richmond field office that was clearly targeting American Catholics, traditional Catholics, as potential threats to the country. Now we find out that this was much more broadly disseminated to at least 1,000 people within the FBI, and 3 different field offices, Senator, were consulted about this deeply offensive and anti-American, forget anti-Catholic memo. Christopher Wray, did he perjure himself when he said this was just a limited deal?
Well, clearly, I mean, what Chuck Grassley's discovered, Senator Grassley's discovered, thank God that we have Kash Patel in the FBI that's provided us all that information. But I can tell you this, Laura, I'm a Catholic and I'm an immigrant. And think about what was happening during the last 4 years. Joe Biden was letting criminal aliens into this country en masse, millions of people, and then taking the FBI, whose lone job is to make certain that they protect America, and going after Catholics, people who practice their religion, who have faith. By the way, anybody who knows anything about Catholicism, it's about peace. It's about loving thy neighbor, worshiping God, thanking God every day for Jesus, forgiving us from our sins. And that is a crime in the Biden FBI. But bringing criminal aliens into this country was allowed. This is insane. We need to have Christopher Wray. We need to drag him into Congress, subpoena him, and get him in front of a committee immediately to make certain that we understand the depth of his lying and his cover-up of this incredible story.
Yeah, we all knew this wasn't limited to one office. That didn't even pass the straight face test. And he's like, we're supposed to claim, was I think he didn't know about this? I mean, come on. Senator, great to see you.
Yeah. So Lots of things being talked about. The persecution of Catholics through the FBI is a little bit ridiculous. All right. Let's go ahead and hit this one here.
Good morning, everybody. Monday morning. It is almost 8 o'clock. I just got done doing my Pilates class. What are you guys doing? You out exercising? You getting your brain fired up? Well, I'm going to get you all fired up today because guess what? I just dropped a bomb of a Substack press release going out, and you'll be hearing more about the IRS corruption, complicit with judicial corruption. That's right. We have a story that is breaking right now. Ebenezer Howe, who has been absolutely fleeced by the IRS. He is a non-filer, folks, a legitimate legal non-filer, yet the IRS was actually fabricating returns in his name. They've been manipulating his own individual file. This is unbelievable. His own individual master file was being manipulated by the IRS. They were filing returns that he never filed and letting the returns stack up with a fraudulent debt that was being constructed by the IRS so they could send this and sue him through the DOJ, United States versus Howe. And now his house is in foreclosure over fraudulent returns he never filed. They manipulated his individual master file, and now they're stealing his property. So we have, as American Made Action, taken a hard stand on this, and we are working with some incredible people. Michael Ellis, shout out to you for being the gentleman who brought this forward to me and has been very good in explaining this in grave detail. We have a Substack at annvandersteel.substack.com. It's free. You can read about it. I've got the exhibits, the press release attached there. Please, you're going to want to check this out. You are not going to believe your eyes. This is more fraud against we the people, the Americans getting fleeced by the IRS and their property being stolen by the federal government. They are at war with you people. The sooner you realize this track and surveillance state is all about stealing your stuff, your sovereignty, your property, your freedom, the faster we're going to figure out a way to get out of this feedback loop. It's absolute tyranny and oppression. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great day. Get out there and exercise. Get your brain fired up, people, because I'm fired up. Talk to you later.
Yeah. And then, we're not even going to go into white dudes for Harris because they're pushing to get Kamala to run again. Oh, boy. Yeah. And here we go.
There's so many people getting caught up with what's going on in the UK. Remember, people, this is one worldwide awakening. The only way people in the UK are going to wake up is for the corruption to be shown to us. Some of the big topics are now right in our faces. And you've got so many people, especially the ones that have been following along. The UK is getting taken over. We've got no chance. We're screwed. What are you going on about? Listen to those words. You're repeating people that are in fear. And unfortunately, the UK has a lot of grumpy, moody truthers that put out the information because they're reluctant and refuse to look at what's going on in America. Many of these people have done research for so long that they're just accustomed to everyone's evil, everyone's corrupt, so attached to Zionism and Mossad. We're in full control. Trump is. Trump showed us very clearly that he's in line with the people of the UK when he come over. He puts Keir Starmer on the spot. Keir Starmer's out there only for one reason. King Charles is only out there for one reason now, because it's going to tie back to Jimmy Savile. It's going to tie back to the corruption within the governments. It's going to tie back to this bigger agenda. Islam, radical Islamic terrorism, grooming gangs, illegal immigration, open borders, all the boats. It's being pushed in our faces so much that even now people are going out to the hotels. It's awareness. It's even in London now as well, bringing more people into the mix. Without it being pushed in our faces, we would never know. If you go out on your streets, if you go out wherever you are, you wouldn't have a clue. Life is going on and people are so stuck in the matrix that it's going to continue. So you need people to go out, but also people need to protect their energy, because the fighters and all the freedom, they're the people that are getting so caught up with anger and fear too. And it's the reluctance to actually look and understand that this is one worldwide awakening. And if you can just accept that we're in full control, which it clearly shows, instead of getting caught up on NWO, WEF, digital ID, like all the grumpy trophies in the UK do, then you'll see it in a completely different light. This is a good thing. The only way that the UK wake up to corruption is being shown it all. Donald Trump's back again next month for his state visit. King Charles. It's going to eventually lead to cancer, big pharma, COVID. It's going to come back to all the big topics that haven't been revealed yet. That's why people get frustrated, because over the years, they just get forgot about and then they move on to the next topic. This awakening, the only way people wake up is it all comes out in one massive go, and it's starting to do that now. And every country has their own problems, and eventually it will come back to the same groups of people that have been causing all the problems all around the world. So be warm, positive, people.
Yep. All right. So we already did this announcement here where Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch, Robert Mueller, Jeff Sessions, Alberto Gonzalez, William Barr, James Comey, Merrick Garland, Bill Clinton, and Hillary Clinton. The House Oversight Committee is compelling the following individuals to appear for depositions through issued subpoenas. And it's interesting. They have to be to compel because many received pardons. They can't plead the fifth. This does not mean a person can be compelled to testify in all circumstances. A pardon only covers federal offenses, so the individual could still face prosecution under state law for the same conduct, preserving their Fifth Amendment right in context where the state charges are possible. Yeah. So, additionally, testimony about the pardoned crime might reveal other unpardoned offenders, crimes B, C, and D, for which the person retains the right against self-incrimination. Yeah. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna hurt. Yep. It's gonna hurt. Let's see. I want to see if there's anything super important that I wanted to hit before I finish up for the day. The Obama administrations have all lawyered up as Attorney General Bondi moves forward on Department of Justice investigations into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Things just got serious in a very short period of time, especially since the documents have been declassified and will now be put in the hands of a grand jury. This isn't a game or some big show. This is as serious as it gets. Criminal charges are filed. Witnesses will be called in, and now they've all lawyered up because they know what's coming. What makes this important is that they don't have Biden's pardons on their side, and what completely changes this game and turns it up to 10 is the fact that this grand jury will not be held in D.C. and could be held somewhere else, as in Florida, which is looking like a very high likely probability. The deep state will be out of their swamp and not have the backing of the corrupt DC lawfare that always seems to go their way, and they now know this, and they are terrified. The reason everything is taking so long is because we do things by the book and we follow the law. We don't cut corners and make up fake dossiers and evidence or just slap some sham case together. No, we make sure it will stick and that we can prosecute these corrupt, lying traitors to the fullest extent of the law and send every single one of them to prison and show you that you can't just do whatever you want to do, and to make sure that something like this never happens again. They played with fire and they're about to get burnt. Yeah. It's that simple. So let me take you out with this.
Out of the storm, onto my arm. Don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all. We dream of the day men are set free. Although at times it's hard to believe, with pounding drums, sail through the storm. Where we go one we go on. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go one we go all.
It would never have happened with me as your commander-in-chief, and for 4 long years it didn't happen. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never, ever before. We've got a federal bureau of investigation that won't allow
Afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go.
All right. So, guys, let me remind you, our Creator loves you, His Son loves you, and I love you. And I will see you guys again in a day or two. Got almost 6 hours of me today. I'm tired. Time for me to go. Peace.